All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week number 6. It is Rockstar Week here at Esports Arena. My name is Jay, so I am your host, and I'm excited to get into the action here in Rockstar Week. It is open night, and it's going to be a blast. For those of you who don't know, might be new to the show here, what exactly is Series E? Well, I can tell you. It's very simple. Series E is an Apex Legends open circuit here of pros that anybody can join. The top 9 teams from our open qualifiers have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. Those players now make $750 a month salary and compete weekly for points and prize money against other open qualifier teams on Tuesday nights and against some of the top pro squads across North America and Europe every Wednesday. If you guys like that, you and your squad want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matcharena.com/ESA to try and be one of our next Series E pros. Now, it is Rockstar Week, and I want to start off the day talking about specifically Team Rockstar. This is a team led by Crummy and Matt Pickett, and through 5 weeks, it was Tech. Tech came on to start the season replacing former Team Rockstar member Rakanishu, who, along with the first 2, ended up in 3rd place in Season 1. But it's been a rough start for Team Rockstar, coming into week number 6 in 5th place on the outside, looking in and specifically looking up at their former teammate Rakanishu. There have been some changes now. Team Rockstar and Tech have decided to part ways, and so we'll have to see this week who that 3rd player is, who they decide to pick up to fill out the squad. They're going to need to make some changes to try and climb their way back up the standings because they certainly had higher expectations coming into Season 2. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. They're just on the outside, though. It's only 37 points separating them from 4th place and Team Cheez-It, so it's not a huge hurdle to climb, but I think Rockstar certainly was feeling like they would come out with more of a bang to start the season, but definitely keep an eye on them. Sometimes you may get a little bit of that honeymoon period with a new player coming in, so we'll have to keep an eye on those guys, see how they can switch things up. Team Pringles and Team Pop-Tarts do sit at the top of the standings coming into this week. They've been big performers the last 2 weeks. Team Pringles looking really strong on last Friday when we had our open night. Team Pop-Tarts has been really consistent, led by Stomps, who is fragging out really well in the top 3 in all of our partnered players. So definitely keep an eye on those guys as well. But as usual here with our pre-show, my name is Jason. We're ready to get into some fun stuff. I've got Deal or Steal with the man, the myth, the legend, the resident noob. Let's head over to the GVO zone. All right, I got the resident noob here, one of our longtime subscribers and supporters. Welcome, my man. Happy to have you on the show.
Thank you. Great to be here.
All right. Well, you have, as I mentioned, been a longtime supporter of us, so we're happy to have you on and to send you some swag. I'm going to explain it for you and for everybody at home just how things are going to work here, okay? I got 20 Apex crates on the board with a range of different prizes from things like snack packs from some of our partnered brands all the way up to some banger Razer products and an Xbox Series X. Start of the game, you're going to pick one case to hold on to, and then we will start eliminating them by rounds, what's left. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for you. You can either take that deal, walk away with what I offer, or you can elect to steal, hold on to your crate, and keep playing. At the very end, I will have one final deal for you. You will either take that deal then, or elect to steal. We'll crack open your crate and see what you get. Make sense?
Perfect, yep.
All right, my man. Well, let's get into the action here. Deal or steal here to start off week 6 open night. Let's get those crates up on the board. We got some great stuff here. Some Series E jerseys. You see all those awesome snack packs. Now, 1 through 20, Noob, you got to pick your lucky number in there. Which one do you want to hold on to here at the start?
I'll take number 6.
Okay. Noob's going to grab number 6. One thing, through 4 editions of the game show, every single player, no one has taken a single one of my deals. Everybody has run the distance. They've cracked open their crate. I'm curious to see if you're going to follow that trend. I've loved the confidence. It's paid off, right? I think we've had only one prize has been in the white tier, and even then it was a Rockstar pack, which is a fantastic prize there. So we'll see if you run the distance. We got to knock out 9 here, Noob. So let's start one at a time. Let's crack these crates open.
Let's do number 4. I want to see the mods pick.
Number 4. All right. And Twitch chat, if you guys do want to contribute yourselves, make sure to drop those numbers. Chat support has helped a little bit. It is an Esports Arena mystery box. Okay. The one good thing is you have 4 shots at Esports Arena swag on the board, so you still have some options, but that blue tier is going to sting a little bit at the start. So number 4 didn't work out. What do you got next for me?
15.
Number 15, going down to that 4th row. Let's see what we got inside there. And it is the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pro headset. Noob. We're having a little rough start here. I kind of was hoping you wouldn't live up to your name there, but it's been a difficult opening here to Dealer Steal. So 2 down. We got to open up 7 more before we continue.
Let's do number 1.
Number 1. All right. Number 4 wasn't lucky. Number 15 wasn't. Let's see if number 1 is a lucky one. It's a Series E jersey of your choice. Okay. We're only 3 crates in, but let's take a breath here. We need to kind of
my logic is open them all anyways to get to that Xbox.
Right? Are you? I mean, if you're just feeling like the Xbox is in number 6, like, does any of this even matter to you right now?
I don't know. It's always about those deals.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a rough start. Little reset here. Okay. I'm seeing some 9s, some 11s in chat. What's your next one? I'm pulling for you, Noob. I am. I swear. I'm on your side here.
I believe chat. I'll go with 9.
Number 9. Okay, let's see if that 3rd row brings some luck. We got all these white tiers on the board. They're good prizes, but you still want to knock those off. Ooh, it's the $50 Walmart gift card. That's the prize that Zach Mazer took home a couple of weeks ago. He was feeling pretty hyped about that. Okay, what's next? Chat, you're leading my man astray here. Come on, give me some good picks.
11.
Number 11. All right, let's see what's inside 11. That was the other pick from chat. What do we got? It's another Series E jersey of your choice. Oh, no. Okay. You still got one more shot. And there's a possibility, too, if, some of those higher prizes stay on the board, I could also offer you some Series E swag. 5 knocked off. We got to hit 4 more before I got my first deal for you. Let's get things back on track here, Noob. Come on.
We'll go with 5.
Number 5. Okay. Let's see what's inside. Crack open that crate. It's a Pringles pack. All right, we got a white one off the board. A white tier prize off the board. We're getting this train back on the rails here, Noob. We're doing okay. What do we got next?
We'll go with 20.
Number 20. All right, it is the Rockstar pack in there, so that's another white tier prize. Okay, 7, we got to knock off 2 more.
I'll go with 12.
Number 12, what is inside? It's the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. Okay, that's 2 of the purple tiers off the board. The Xbox is still there. The Razer backpack is still there. But this has been the roughest first round we've had so far in now our 5th edition of Dealer Steal. I need you to knock off 1 more before I got a deal for you.
Let's do 18.
Number 18. We need some good luck here, chat. I need some. I need some encouragement from my guy here. 6,700 Apex coins. Another one of the blue tiers there. That one is going to sting. Chat, I need you guys to show some love. Give me some hype in the chat for Resident Noob. It's been a rough first round, but we still got some good prizes on the board. There's still 3 left in that bottom row, so all is not lost. But I got my first offer for you here. You probably aren't going to like it. But my initial deal is going to be an Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack. That's my first deal. So you can take my deal. You get that Jumbo Snacks Pack. We're all done here. Or if you're feeling good, you want to keep it rolling, you can elect for steal, and we'll keep playing, and maybe I'll have a better deal for you later, or maybe you got a really good prize in your crate number 6.
You know, I think we got to go with steal, but I gotta bring the heat myself. You know, and I have just a thing.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. You guys can't hear, but I can hear production. There's a lot of hype back in production. They are loving that. Everybody's loving that. And that's, you know, am I even surprised? No. All right. The Resident Noobs in our chat every day, hyping us up, coming in with the support. We appreciate it. So I'm not even surprised he's got the Series E hat. This man is just... He's just in our dugout. I love it. Okay, now I'm feeling really good about this next round. So steal there. No Jumbo Snacks Pack for you. Let's knock off 6 more crates.
All right. Let's start with 7.
All right. This man's serious now. The Series E dad cap is on. And it's a Pop-Tarts pack. There it is. The hat comes on and the gloves come off. That is another white tier off the board. Okay, there we go. Now we're rolling. We're building some momentum here. What's your next pick?
Let's do 19.
Number 19. What do we got inside? It's going to be the Jumbo Snacks Pack. 2 for 2 in round. See, now, why didn't you have the hat on for the first round? You kind of dug yourself a hole that maybe you didn't have to. Now you guys know.
Get the rest of
Yeah, now you guys know. If you're going to come on the show, if you're going to come play Deal or Steal, make sure to hit shop.esportsarena.com. Get one of those dad caps. It's going to bring you some good vibes. Get you right in the GVO zone with me. Okay, that's 2. 2 off the board. 2 of the white tier prizes. What's next?
Let's do 13.
Lucky number 13. This is a crate that has, I feel like it's burned everybody that's come on the show so far, but it doesn't burn my man, dude. That's 3 for 3 on the white tiers. It's Nestle Pure Life Pack. Absolutely love it. Okay, that's 3 off the board. We need to keep rolling.
Let's look at 10.
Number 10 is up. Crack open number 10 here, the Nestle Pure Life Pack off the board, and it's going to be the Esports Arena mystery box. Okay.
It hurts.
That one's going to sting a little bit. That's all the Esports Arena merch off the board, but you're still sitting with the top 2 prizes there. That Razer backpack, that Xbox Series X, still available, so all is not lost. What is your next choice here? We've knocked off 4 this round. We got to do 2 more, and then I'll have a deal for you.
Let's do 2.
Number 2. Work on closing out that top row. Let's see what is inside. It's the Rice Krispies Treats pack. There we go. Almost all of those white tiers off the board. Okay, 1 more. Then I've got a deal for you, good sir. So 1 more. Can we knock off that other Nestle Pure Life pack, the Cheez-Its? What you got?
Chat is saying 14.
Chat's saying number 14. All right, we're going to lean on chat here. You guys have burned my man so far. Let's see if you got some luck in you. In this, yes, they do. The Nestle Pure Life Pack. Okay, closed off that top row of the white tier prizes. And now I got another deal for you, my man. Okay, so a little shaky in the first round. Round 2 was a whole lot better. But it's still been a little rough. My deal is better, but we're not up to the top stuff. I got 2150 Apex coins. That is my offer for you, good sir. You want to get some new skins, get some swag in the game, take the deal, or steal, hold on to number 6. We'll knock off 3 more before my final deal.
Yeah, I think we're on the right track here. I got to steal. I got to keep going.
Steal. He wants to ride it out. The resident noob says, let's keep it rolling. He's feeling confident about crate number 6 right there, and I'm all about it. I'm feeling good. Okay. So now we got to knock off 3 more. 3, 8, 16, 17. 3 of those have got to go. What are we thinking?
I'm going to go with 3.
Number 3, let's close out that top row. A blue tier prize right now wouldn't be bad because we're still sitting with a purple and a red. And there we go, 2150 Apex coins. That is a dub right there. So still in the running for that backpack, for that Xbox Series X. 2 more to go, 8, 16, and 17.
It's looking serious. Let's go with 17.
17. All right, let's see what is inside number 17. Close out that bottom row. We've got 2150 Apex coins back to back. My man is rolling. It's the hat. It just changes everything. Okay. So here's where we're sitting. You got number 6, number 8, number 16. One of 8 or 16 has got to go, and the 3 prizes left. Cheez-It Snack Pack, Razer Backpack, Xbox Series X.
Think we got to go with 8.
Number 8. Let's see what is inside number 8. Can he wipe out that final white tier prize? It is the Xbox Series X. Oh, no.
Just crushed.
Okay. So that one's going to sting a little bit. That one's going to sting. I've got my final deal for you here. Cheez-Its pack, Razer backpack. That's what's left. You're hoping maybe that backpack is in number 6, but I think I got a good deal for you here. You've wrote it out.
Okay.
There's still one of those purple tiers on the board. My offer for you is an Esports Arena mystery box. You've been a big supporter of the channel, big supporter of the company. You're always here on the show. You've got the hat. We want to deck you out in more Esports Arena swag. So that is my deal for you. Take it here, or we crack open number 6 and you get what's inside.
I just want to clarify something. Is this a mystery box from Tyler's basement?
Is this a mystery, production? Production says probably.
All right,
I can neither conform
nor
deny, but we're leaning towards a yes.
I got to take the deal then.
He's going to take the deal. An Esports Arena mystery box. That swag is yours, the resident noob. Congratulations, my man. And that is now our first time that we haven't gone the distance. The resident noob was feeling good about that prize, and he's going to take home some awesome Esports Arena swag. So the resident noob, thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Hey, man, we appreciate your continued support. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for you in Twitch chat for the rest of the night. And for all of you folks, if you want to get in on the action yourselves, make sure you're subscribing to us on Twitch, following us on all of our socials as we continue Rockstar Week. And hey, if you maybe want to get some of your own Esports Arena swag, if you like the fit here today, you want to get some joggers, you want to get a jersey, make sure to head over to shop.esportsarena.com. And this week, you can use code ROCKSTAR15 at checkout to get 15% off of your order. That's going to do it for our pre-show, folks, but let's get into the action as Week 6 Open Night starts right now.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
All right, welcome everybody to Series E. Jamerson here, joined once again by Tsquared, and you saw it there yourself, guys. If you want your chance to be on Steal or Steal, make sure that you're subbed to the channel, because that's how you get entered in. You can win some really cool stuff. But now that we've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about our open night. Tom, we got to see some amazing things on open night, and so what can our viewers expect to see tonight?
Oh, before we do that, I just want to clarify: did he take the creepy box out of Tyler's basement or not? Is that what he was? Did he take the box? What was in the box? Did we get a chance to see that? I was too stoked about the games that were about to start, but Steal, I want to be a part of this. Jamerson, how can we sub to the channel and be a part of this? I want in on Steal or Deal. Or Deal or Steal, or whatever it is.
Crazy. It's a crazy new way to get. I love it because like we haven't been able to go to cons for over a year now, and whenever you would go, you get some really cool stuff. But it'd be really awesome instead of like the usual, hey, join our Gleamio giveaway and stuff like that. Like this is a really cool way to do it. So you know what? I would have taken the box too. I don't care. It's a mystery box. Everyone's gonna take a mystery box, right?
Yeah, so then he sees what's in there when he gets it. What if it's just like an autograph from Tyler? Just you open it up, it's just a signature. It's just a signed picture of him with his thumbs up.
Fine.
Like, oh my.
That's fine because you can just sit in bed like Wolverine, like the longing meme.
Yeah, just look at it.
Yeah. All right. So it is the open night, by the way, and that means our 9 partnered squads will be facing off against 11 hopeful teams that really want to make their name known in Apex Legends and also have a shot at Series E in the future for season 3 and so on. That means we're going to have 6 games played tonight, of course, and the scoring system is going to be like usual, where nothing really is going to change. It's just going to be, of course, 6 games. Placements matter and kills matter as well. So keep an eye on that. We have $500 on the line as well. $350 going to first place and $150 going to second place. Of course, all of our partnered squads and all of our partnered players, they are currently earning a salary for being in Series E, $750 a month. And then this is just a little bit extra on top if you do end up winning out on your night. So let's talk about the teams that will be joining us. So there are a couple of new names in here, and I'm really glad to see that we do have some more competitors, that the field of Apex Legends is getting wider and wider. But of course, of our open registration teams and teams that we're really expecting to pop off, we have to talk about Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix for sure. And then one of the teams that stand out is the first team right there, Team Applejacks. We got We the People, the Gibraltar one trick in here. Just kidding. Our boy from Boston, We the People. Much love to him. I'm glad that he's coming in here and subbing. And Team Applejacks is a great team. Team Cheese It. We've seen some great things from other teams too, like Team Pop Tarts. But Charlotte Phoenix is kind of just one step above these teams in terms of what they've been able to do placement-wise in the ALGS. But they haven't been as consistent in terms of showing up all the time. They're here maybe about 50% of the time, maybe even a little bit more than that. Haven't seen them as much recently, but when they do come into these Series E lobbies, they prove that they have what it takes to be one of the pro teams, not just one of the open teams coming through that's already signed. So I fully expect them to be in Season 3 consistently. Bronzy's a great player. Pride and Mercy, we've seen them already before in Series E as well. But in terms of our partnered teams, we got to definitely look out for the teams that have been playing pretty consistent over towards the top. So Team Pop Tarts, Team Cheez It, Team Applejacks, and then Team Razor has been kind of finding their footing throughout all of this too. That they're our number 1 team from Season 1, and it wasn't even close really, Jamerson. So it's kind of exciting to see some actual competition here this year.
Yeah, it was by like a margin of like 100 or 100 something points, I forget. Cumulatively, they were averaging 10 points per game. That's how well Team Razor were doing throughout the season, but they have dropped off a bit. And so we will see. Of course, it's always just growing pains, a lot of things happening in Apex Legends. You're not just dealing with the meta game, you're also dealing with how the teams around you play. So it's a lot to consider. But right now we are getting game number 1 set up right now, and so we will get that underway very shortly. But yeah, when you were talking about Charlotte Phoenix as well, I mean, Charlotte Phoenix as a roster, I mean, we saw Mercy only compete in the qualifiers for Season 1 and Season 2 multiple times, and now of course joining a new roster, being on there with Bronzy and Pride. This roster itself has really high vast meteoric rise. So yeah, expecting a lot more growth coming out from them, especially with the heights that they've already reached for not having played together for that long.
Well, I believe, if my memory serves me correct, these are kind of like the outcasts from previous teams that were kind of replaced, or people were kind of going in and subbing and trying different things. And they're like, all right, well, if you guys want to try their things, we're going to go make our own team, right? And I think Phoenix would be the proper name for their team, because that's kind of what they did. They're kind of left in the dust and they ended up rising back. So I'm proud to see them do really well. I think Bronzy is one of the good guys in our community. Obviously, there's a lot of great people inside of Apex, but he's always had a great attitude. He's kind of been through whether he wanted to compete or not. And then Series E is a great foundation for someone just like him, where they need that extra support, they need that extra boost, that extra system to come through and have that consistency with their team. Now they have a great organization through going through the ALGS and placing really well too. So I'm excited to see not only what they do in Series E, but we have the big global championship that's coming up next month. We have the LCQ that's coming up towards the end of this month too. So all these players are basically getting ready for that, because that's going to be the largest prize pool we've seen in Apex, I think, since the Poland event.
Yeah, it's been quite some time, so very excited for that one coming up now. But yeah, let's talk about some other squads that we were expecting to do a little bit better. But I mean, one squad that has been struggling a little bit would be like Team Rockstar, Team Rice Krispies. We're having very inconsistent results from them as well. But today for Team Rockstar, Oi Senpai will be filling in for Tech. So it's going to be Matt Pickett, Crummy, and Oi Senpai going in there. Oi Senpai generally playing with Team Cruelty. Also, I don't know, it just ends up filling throughout Series E as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care what happened behind the scenes with Team Rockstar, but I can tell you one thing's for sure, that whenever you're switching compositions like every single game, and there's one person on this legend and another person on a legend, that's usually somebody else on your team telling you what needs to be played. And basically this should already be determined and decided before the games even start, and it just shows a lack of confidence in your team. So I don't care what's happened with Team Rockstar. That's the way that I see it when it comes to actually talking about Apex. So hopefully Crummy stays on Wraith, Pickett finds whatever the heck he wants to play, and then Senpai, who knows what he plays either, we're about to find out. But I just hope that they actually stick with one composition, one landing spot, figure things out, and improve from there. Because if you're flip-flopping all over the place, you're never going to get some foundation under your feet, and you're never going to improve as a team. So I think that Rockstar's, if I had to say one thing to them, that's what I would do. They're great players. They've proved that. I think that we're going to expect big things. But there's other teams out there that we were talking about that have been kind of underwhelming. Definitely Nestle Pure Life is the number one team to me that I don't know, where they're heading. I can't tell if, they're on the brink of a team change, or if something's going on, or whatever's happening, if the competition's risen. But one thing's for sure, teams like Team Razor, Nestle Pure Life, the teams that already made it in without having to go through relegations, have been kind of stunned by these other teams coming in hot through the relegation process.
Yeah, Nestle Pure Life have gone. It almost feels like they've reverted to where we had them in season 1 qualifiers, where they just couldn't win any of their fights anymore. It was a lot about ratting it out for placements and such, which is a valid play style. But at this point, we want to see our teams be able to just take the fights up against some of the best of them, and that's what we've been seeing. Applejacks. There were some incredible moments of aggression coming out from them during our pro night last week. I mean, that's why they were so close in the running during the pro night to actually take the evening and as such. But ultimately GYD were just a little bit too strong, and that's understandable. GYD, a roster that's been around for two of them have been competing together for over a year, and then of course Yuki joining in maybe 6 months ago, 7 months ago, and still working extremely well together there. So not surprised there, but it's great to see Team Applejacks really giving them the run for money, especially in the pro night, because like you've said, Tom, during that night, it's all basically former ALGS winners. So the competition is absolutely stacked in that lobby.
I like that GYD team a lot. I really think that they have great personalities. I think their play styles mesh really well, and they're a team that's kind of improving. And Yuki's a great fit. He's kind of been showcasing what he's been made of this year too. So it's been exciting. One of the teams that we haven't talked about actually for our partner teams is Team Intel, and that's because there really isn't much that we can say besides that they've been in the middle of the pack. So they're just kind of trying to get over that hump. Once they get over that hump, they're going to be one of our strongest teams that we have here because they're so individually skilled. So I still think that from watching them, and it's been a couple weeks now, they have these crazy highlights of doing crazy rotations and really fast team fights that seems like they're one of the best teams here. And then when we look at the leaderboard, it's like, okay, they're right in the middle of the pack right again. So I'm kind of waiting for them to kind of turn the corner here. Hopefully it happens eventually. I love that 6 is on Wraith. I really think as long as 6 continues to do that, and Panders is a great Bloodhound or support player, whatever he wants to play, these guys have what it takes. Metro is a great support player too. So I'm really looking forward to them kind of turning the corner and getting involved, because personally, I want to see all of our partner teams do all right. Relegation is a tough thing. And we get a chance to kind of interview the players after doing final circle, et cetera, et cetera. So you want to figure things out with your team. That's what Series E is for. You hope that they're able to get through these things and work together. And if so, you hope that they have what it takes to beat some of these other teams that are trying to come up, like Charlotte Phoenix. So, today, they're kind of fortunate that we don't have a team like GYDN. I think that they're kind of preparing for our pro day, but right now is an opportunity with a little bit of a weaker lobby. I'll go out and say it, that they have an opportunity to really skyrocket in the accumulative points and make sure that they don't fall to some of these open teams here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you at that point. Going back to that team intel point, it just feels so awkward because if you look at their placements overall, I mean, they do a good job of like surviving the early game, being able to make it to the mid game, and we see them fairly frequently being able to hit the top 5 positions, but it's just they haven't been able to find the kill points behind it or the wins behind it as well that often. But we always, of course, expect a lot from that squad, and we've been disappointed. We're going to be very truthful about it, but that also means that they do have a lot of potential. That's why we're disappointed, because there is so much potential. So right now, still getting game number 1 set up, and as soon as we have all of our teams in the lobby, we will be getting things underway. One thing we did have to consider, of course, things play differently here in the open registration night than they do in the pro night, because during the pro night, a lot of our squads that do join up, our teams like Liquid and CLG, they have their designated drop spots, and they've basically already forced out a lot of our partnered squads. But tonight, that means, of course, our partnered squads have a little bit more free roam in the terms of where they get to drop. And we don't get to see as many 50-50s here in the early game, Tom.
We'll see. I mean, I'd be scared of this guy named Helljumper, because sounds like he's going right off the 50-50 rip right here. He's going to come for you. His name's Helljumper. He's going for the grief, I feel like. So keep your eyes out on Helljumper. He could be coming for your landing spot.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 1, joining on board with Team Applejacks. Of course, this is what's so surprising when we talk about Team Applejacks. You know, a lot of times you consider maybe it's a center circle team or a team that drops center of the map that ends up doing well and rotating well, but Team Applejacks have been able to play every kind of play style so far and succeeding, especially when they're dropping here on the edges of the map. But take a look, Rockstar versus Pringles. It's going to continue.
Yeah, it's going to continue, and what a great start coming out and getting those armors immediately. But looks like we were talking about which legends are going to be played, and this is what we were hoping for Team Rockstar. Pickett on the Bloodhound, Crummy on the Wraith, and then Senpai is going to be busting it out there on the Gibraltar. So it looks like Pickett's going to go for the scan. They're going to try to infiltrate on the 2nd floor, but they're going to have to do it through the stairs and through the rope at the same time. While that's happening, Crummy's going to go and try to make his rotation over towards the side. So they just got to be patient here. Again, wait for one more scan coming out for Pickett. But it's up to Crummy right now to make his flank, and it looks like he's doing a pretty good job so far. Bubble's going to go down. They do have to kind of heal up, and now they need to flank through. They have everybody cornered here. This is a perfect opportunity for Crummy to make his way through. One more scan from Pickett, too, if he's able to do so, and this fight should be basically over. They already have the advantage that they need, and there it is, 2 versus 3, taking their time, trying to reset over here. And a nice job by Rockstar. It's like once you already get that advantage, there's no reason to go and try to grief yourself. Everybody wants to play the hero and run in and try to clean up both players at once and then think that your teammates will do it. But if you slowly, methodically pick them apart like that, that's exactly how you do it. They could even use their scans a little bit better. So nice job by Team Rockstar. We still have some more fighting, though. Looks like a couple of our open teams getting into it.
Yeah, this fight is taking place up north in Skyhook right now. GAN already down to 1. Nacho is disconnected from his squad as it looks like NPL are coming in for a third party onto one of their own as well. Nacho by himself does have that R9 with the blue mag, but I don't know how much damage was done across the ways. This might, of course, also mean that quite possibly Team Razor come in for the third party from the Skyhook west side. And we'll get finished off as Bag Season finish that one off. It's Oso Rated, Girth, and Mollis. We've seen them before here on Series E. At this point, they're going to be happy with that team fight win, but of course it's about resetting. The third party's always abound.
Yeah, speaking of one-tricks, what's Girth doing on Gibraltar instead of Pathfinder here? Girth, what's going on? There's and then another Wraith one-trick over here. It's going to be true. And I like this angle right there. Nice little head glitch using the computer stand in front of him. And he's going to get aggressive once he realizes he has the advantage. But that player is the fastest person I've ever seen. Could be possibly playing Octane or something extremely, extremely quick, because they are absolutely out of there. Why? Because they have gray armor. So looks like they're going to try to play a little gatekeeping. And that could be possibly two teams. The way that they're so split up, that's another reason to try to dip out of there. So we'll see what Wraith One Tricks decide to do. I'm liking the tracking coming in. And I'm liking the angles, nobody getting over aggressive if they wanted to. But without a defensive bombardment, there's really no way that you can kind of close that gap. So they most likely should back off here, and they do.
Now, this being the launch site, it might be Team Intel on the other side of this one. But right now, Wraith One Trick, they're going to try and rotate around or at least close the distance with them. It looks like they're just avoiding the fight, but here we go. We finally get a look at the ring. No, Team Intel are already in a position for this one. It should be pulling over to Harvester. As you can see, the things going down. Team Intel taking the high ground position. Applejacks on the other side of this one. We saw Applejacks roll through Team Intel a number of times throughout the pro night here, and it looks like Applejacks might do it again. Triple purple armor up against Team Intel here, as you got the Mozambique with the hammer point. Gets the knock onto Metro and then onto Panders. We're seeing why the hammer point is so damn strong in the hands of our pros. And we saw, who was it? Hawkins pull that out during our pro night as well, but on the P2020 instead. But the Mozambique put in work.
You think they're going to figure out that it's the most consistent shotgun? It's no longer going to be a meme. I mean, that Mozambique hammer points from Aves is really, really strong. And one of my things, whether you're using the P20 or the Mozam, is getting that digi threat on there. So it's just so powerful. It helps you really line that shot up. It's so crucial. And, you know, some scopes just kind of feel a little bit more natural on other guns. So I really like that Aves is busting this out. Now he has a completely awesome setup. And you were kind of predicting that fight before it happened. Applejacks has just really proven that consistently, week in, week out, that they are one of our strongest team fighting teams here. It doesn't matter if it's an open team, a partner team, one of our pro teams, they're still taking it to them. But Rolders does have to hit an armor swap here. It's only going to be a blue one. You can see on the controller there, so he has to stand a little bit of still. And they are going to back off from this one because this is a very contested spot right now. So the only thing that they're actually missing here, Jamerson, is more long range. You can see Hemlock. That's okay. But something in the hands of probably Duplex is going to have to be a scout, maybe some sort of, you know, triple take, something a little bit more long range to keep these teams off their back.
Yeah, I think the one issue, I mean, for them right now is that they have armors. They have already, three blue armor, or excuse me, 3 purple armors with 2, I think, others on the ground. And so their primary concern might not be to try to get the red Evo shield, just because they're already sitting pretty. They're pretty damn happy with this. But I would agree, just to be able to keep people at bay, especially from this position, you're going to have sightlines over a lot of different fights. To have that range would be nice. Here's Team Cheez-It, though, making their way into Harvester right now. And one of the squads that are running the Horizon, that have been running the Horizon as well, to mixed results. But we got to see what GYD did with basically this composition. But I believe, were they running? They were running Gibraltar instead, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they were running a Gibby instead. They weren't running a recon character. That's the only difference there. So we'll see how they're able to do with hitting the scans compared to GYD. But speaking of scans, Bronzy's coming in hot over here. Has some decent nades over towards the side. This is going to be one of our open teams. That's one knock already. He's going to bust out that wingman, but here's already taking shield damage. And what you'll notice about the players is a lot of times the really, really solid players will try to take their initial damage all the way down to where they have to hit a battery, because if you take health damage and you have to hit a Phoenix kit, that just adds an extra 6 or 7 seconds. So there's Aves flying through with the hammer points. This is a clean third party coming in for Team Applejacks. Does take a little bit of defensive bombardment damage, but not too much. And going to be able to try to get this clean off. Let's see if he hits him with the finisher. No, he's just going to go and hit him with that R301. Surprised he didn't get him with the beak, but this is Team Applejacks coming in strong.
Yeah, they got a knock onto Pride as well, and we'll secure that third. So Charlotte Phoenix feeling the fury of Team Applejacks. And now that we're playing this one out as a duo, it might be difficult to try and recover that. But we were talking about the range. Well, we did have that G7 Scout, and we know how strong that gun can be. Looks like Rice Krispie Treats are playing this one out as a duo, unfortunately, right now, missing out on Bitter. But they will try and survive for as long as possible. At least made it into the top 15 here. And so it will be the Wraith and Horizon for Stunning and GS Bird. So they have a lot of escape options to try and avoid fights.
I always love how you're stoked about that 1 point. It does matter. It does matter, but yeah, getting to the top 15, it's a decent feat with 2 players, but they're gonna have to get a little bit more. And I love that teams are taking out Horizon though, especially in the open day too, Jamerson, because if you're talking about aggressive playstyles, that's what you're kind of seeing from Aves, and it gets a little bit more reward, especially on the open day, if you could find a couple of opportunities right there. And they got extremely fortunate that they were able to get one of our stronger teams, Charlotte Phoenix, down to just a duo. So now let's see what Rockstar is going to be able to do on their second fight here as a new squad.
Yeah, I feel like that scan kind of baited the squad that was inside of this building here. They thought maybe Crummy was actually on the second floor, but no, he was just lurking outside as a dangerous voyeur. The rest of his squad is coming up. Crummy's taking a lot of damage, but he has done the work. Will go down to Lucas. Will Matt Pickett be able to find one? No, Crummy gets instantly thirsted, and Rockstar were not fast enough to try and help him out. And so now they will be playing this one as a duo in this fight. The 3v2. We'll see if they've been able to recover on the other side, but so much time has elapsed. Rockstar have missed out on their opportunity to try and fight back into this one.
Crummy looks like me when I'm solo queuing ranked right there. I'm just like, all right, 200, 200, 190, 190. Nice, they're all one shot. All right, I'm dead, I'm dead. So unfortunate there for Crummy. I'm not sure if Pickett saw the third party was coming there, and they're like, all right, we have to back off, because if we were to help him right there, we're going to all end up dying and getting out in 13th place. So they're just going to maybe try to loop back around, wait for these 2 teams to fight, and then go for the banner. But based on the way that they're dipping out, I think that they're actually just going to leave this, and they already have it. So they're going to go for the respawn and just try to get this in quickly. So I do like this heads up play there. And Team Pop-Tarts is a formidable team, probably one of our top 5 teams here right now. So I agree with the thought process, but it's just unfortunate because Crummy was making those guys look like they were an open team.
Well, it looks like Pop-Tarts were already eyeing that respawn beacon, but there are plenty, of course, here in Fragment West. He's going to change up that angle once more, but now they are focusing on the rotation now, making their way over to Harvester. As you can see, it is pulling into Harvester proper. Team Cheez It in a fight. Oh, so rated starts things off. And that knock onto Joey Blackout, but they are stuck at the bottom of this hole, which allows Prodigy Aces just to hold the angle for the time being as he gets cracked. But they will be able to heal, and we know how difficult it can be to try and push this. As you can see, the third party is already coming in. They've already lost out on 2. They are out. We're down to 12 squads now in this next ring. And it looks like Team Cheez It are ready to try and third party this.
And one of the teams that could be in the vicinity too is the team that's rotating over from the tree and in the backhand side. So they got to watch out for this, because there are going to be so many teams collapsing. Like you were predicting, this is probably going to continue to pull over towards Harvester. So this is a phenomenal spot to be in right now. And it's really up to Rakanishu to back these teams off with his scans.
Yeah, and right now with that EMP coming out, they do avoid the most of that, as Rakanishu is holding down that flank and making sure nothing is happening for them. But it looks like they will be able to pick up the rest of those kills as well. Team Cheez It now almost bringing us down to top 11, as Pop-Tarts getting themselves into another fight, making their way into Harvester, you have to imagine. But MPL here on the north side of Thermal Station, it was Draco's up in the front line by himself. Does have to be careful here as the full squad is pushing in. He's even getting chunked from the side. He has a blue armor swap to work with at the very least. Great spray, hitting for almost 130 there as he gets charged. Taking another 60 damage here. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix, who were able to recover Pride at this point. Bronzy does go down, and it's all come down to one more remaining. It's Team Razor coming in for the third party behind as well, cleaning that one up.
Wow. Nice try there from Nestle Pure Life. I mean, that was some of the more impressive shots we've seen from them. But that was a really great third party from Team Razor, especially as a duo coming in. You always have to be so careful when you actually go with this, and they don't have a scan. So the fact that they were able to approach that situation just off sound and the kill feed alone is pretty impressive. And now they're going to take over one of the more popular spots that we see. This is, again, you go up here, you don't expect to come up here and not get action. There's 2 different spots where people can come from. You never know if a Horizon's going to come from underneath the train tracks either for a third party, and that's exactly what Team Razor does. They flank from one of the sides, come back around and get an easy cleanup. But this is one of the teams that I want to keep tabs on. Their new roster, obviously with Senpai coming through, we'll see what Rockstar is going to be able to do.
Yeah, they are making their way in, and it does look like the ring is pulling away from Harvester. Could be going over to the fences, could be going over to the train tracks to the south, or just outside of Sorting Factory. We just haven't had an opportunity to look at the map. There's been so much action taking place. We're already down to 8 squads. That's 22 players left here as it is coming down to the wire. It's only ring 3 throughout all of this as well. You can see, I believe, what is it? Team Cheez-It on the other side here, who are trying their best to gatekeep at this point, I believe, playing from that south position, and they're doing a decent job, but Rockstar can avoid this if they want to. They do have the Beast the Hunt, and Crummy has a nice angle set up. The Replicator giving him a little bit of extra cover, but as he tries to back away, the Black Hole goes down on top of him, has that Q to avoid the nade spam. They're going to be able to bait out a lot from Team Cheez-It.
It's the strongest thing about Wraith is she's able to dodge grenades. A lot of people think that the Q time, yeah, it's changed. It's a lot longer now, but still enough to see that hit grenade marker, back off, get away from that, and that's exactly what Crummy does. So I like this. Playing around the scans. Now they're going to get aggressive. Bubble down coming in from Sunby. They must have got initial damage coming in from somewhere else, but he takes 100 off the rip. Has only the EVA 8, and he's also getting third party over from the side. Crazy play from Team Rockstar. Let's see what pays off. That's 2 players already down for Cheez-It. Pickett just a sliver of health, and I think they're going to be able to pull this one away. Rakanishu, last guy alive, and he goes down. Nice job there from Rockstar.
They need to recover quickly, though, because you were talking about it. The third party was already coming in. You saw the shots ringing out as they were making their approach. Oi Senpai, though, does get back up. He's got the armor swap as well, and all he has to do is just now heal. And so they do recover, and it was surprising, yeah, like you said, just finding that timed aggression up against Team Rockstar. Here's Applejacks, though, when we talk about aggression, the ping's going down. And so we do see more clearly the ring is pulling away towards the train tracks, towards the fences, and they are trying to play for it now. But they finally do get that red armor onto Aves. Duplex and Roller still sitting on the purple here as the scans do go out. So nothing to the east right now. Still a little bit worried about their flank. They do have the Beast the Hunt if they want to go for this fight, as now the ring does reveal itself. And so it looks like it's going to be the clearing between the south side of Harvester and the train tracks.
Yeah, I'm thinking snake ending. What do you think, Jamerson? Because you can see, we can't see the map right now, but the top left shows you where that train station is, where the beacon is. We all know where that is, but then the snake is right below that, where we saw the teams taking up the zip line too. So now we get a good look at that, and it is gonna be a little bit unpredictable on exactly where this one goes, but definitely having it in the area where Lonely Fans is going to be a great spot. But you have so much attention on you right now, and you can see multiple teams going and collapsing on this. Is Rice Krispies starting to send it in. The gas is there. Bird doesn't care. He's going through that one. He's getting collapsed with that EVA 8. Now it's up to Sunny, though, and like we were talking about, just a duo. It's going to be so difficult, but Sunny's doing a great job. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God! But Team Applejacks are here for the third party. And you know what? Good on Rice Krispie Treats. Still playing this one out as a duo in the 2v3, taking the fight and actually winning it out. So they secure some kill points. They secure, I believe, top 6 at the very least. They got some decent points off of this game. Very unfortunate, of course, that they're playing out as a duo. And, of course, you get that highlight at the very least. But Team Applejacks now in one of the strongest positions. They've got the high ground, while almost every other team will be up here on Harvester. As you can see through the outlines, there's just so many players around them right now. And Applejacks are basically the freest team. So when this circle eventually forces out a lot of our players, it's going to be probably Team Applejacks picking up a lot of kills. Crummy has to be careful as he does hit that Q to get back in, but throughout all of that, Razor answered back. This is going to be a 1v2 though. Razor playing this one of course as a duo. Unfortunately, they will be able to get the res onto Matt Pickett. The drop down coming out from Mr. Hakulo, though, interrupts that for now. Hakulo is trying to take the 1v2, but he will ultimately fall, and it looks like Rockstar get the res. Here's Team Applejacks, though, getting challenged on the bridge, Tom.
Yeah, that was a great fight, but I think they were worried that that was a full 3-man team, so they played a little bit safer there. Now Applejacks gonna full send Aves with the grenade in hand, looking for a little bit of a stick, but he's in the middle of a defensive bombardment, so he's just going to try to get out of there as fast as possible. He's probably going to eat another one over towards the side. But all in all, it takes about 50 damage. Not that big of a deal as we have the player outline, so you can see just how many teams are in the vicinity. I believe that's Team Pop-Tarts locked down in front of them, but plenty of resources in the back here. No reason to get over-aggressive. Basically, just play around rollers, scans. You should be absolutely fine. But Duplex is going to have to drop, so that makes things a little bit more complicated as they have to make their way back over towards the top. and he does easily. There's a third party coming in from Pop-Tarts, again, just keeping their back towards the zone here. So this is extremely clean, but I believe that's one of the open teams stuck in between right now, and that's what happens in that train cart. All that focus goes on over there. Everyone knows the importance of that high ground. They want to be the last team to eventually rotate over towards the snake, which we were talking about the ending. It looks like it's going to be right on that building.
Yeah, and Pop-Tarts will maintain this high ground for the time being. You have their squad, of course, stuck inside Harvester right now. Rockstar, Pop-Tarts versus Applejacks. All of our partner squads here in the end in this final 3v3. No one really want to commit to the low ground quite yet. But there we go. We do have, it looks like Team Rockstar were able to make their way on in. So now this is going to be a little bit awkward for Pop-Tarts and for Applejacks. So how do they approach this? It does look like Pop-Tarts have this tunnel to be able to play inside of. They've got the Wraith as well. And so maybe they just avoid a lot of the fighting for as long as possible and just hide inside here for the next ring.
That could be a pretty good strategy. The thing is about this zone is you never know exactly how it's going to work out, because one grenade over here, just in this little area, is all it's going to need. You could throw your dome down, but if it gets inside, you're going to be done for. So this is going to be a very, very slow, methodical gameplay here in the next, I would say, probably 2 minutes, because this is going to close. Then we have time for Zone 6 to close. And very rarely do you have such little teams in such a zone where there's a lot of different cover here. It looks like there's not a lot of cover, but teams will make cover out of absolutely nothing. You can see 3 players just hiding behind that blue crate right there. So nice spray from Pickett. He's trying to get things started, but Pickett has to be careful, because all he's really trying to do is get this other team scared and get them to rotate so they get focused by the other squad. And then once that happens, they can make their move.
Yeah, Applejacks do have control over the roof of the building, and now we have Rockstar inside the building right now, and Pop-Tarts are holding inside the train tunnel. And finally, this circle will be closing. Pop-Tarts are on the edge of the zone, and so they're the ones that are going to be forced out. They're the ones that have to peek out first. Rockstar can take their time inside, but eventually they will have to make their way on out as well. You can see Applejacks just repositioning there with that Octane pad, getting rid of it, which is why we see teams really liking the team mobility that the jump pad can offer, because unlike a Pathfinder zipline, you can destroy it.
What if you could potentially, in the next update, destroy the zipline? It's a pretty good idea. Maybe make Path a little bit more interesting. But you saw Aves there with the early ping. They want to make their move early. They want to try to force all the action in front of them and let these other 2 teams fight. And they know that Rockstar is already interested, because they've been flinging out shots with that Spitfire. So like you were saying, Jamerson, it's all up to Pop-Tarts right now. They have the hardest rotation. So they're going to be the team that really causes a lot of havoc. And that's why Applejacks is interested in getting as far away from them as possible.
Yeah, so they're going to try and put Team Rockstar in between them and Team Pop-Tarts right now, force that sandwich there. But as you can see, the port has been used by Rockstar. They have gained control of that roof if they want to try and challenge. The Pop-Tarts, they have to be eyeing that. There's really no other position for them to try and play here. It's all going to come down to Stomps. He's got the utility. He's got the bubble along with that defensive bombardment, and he is getting ready to drop down. The ping's going down here. They're trying to wait this out for as long as possible. Here comes the slide down. One of them missing the roof, but it's fine. Crummy is up here by himself, and he is forced to back away, and Pop-Tarts have made their way on in now. Now the onus is going to be on Team Applejacks. How do they play this one from the outside, from without the cover of the building? They are now the ones that have to move out of their cover.
And you can see Senpai doing the smart play, ADSing down the door, so anyone that peeks knows they have a major disadvantage immediately. But the aggressive play from Applejack seems to be working out. You can see both Pop-Tarts and Rockstar kind of coexisting on top of one another. And Aves is really trying to play this roof. So we'll see how much utility they have. Maybe he gets a little bit weird and throws a bounce pad down. That's exactly what I was expecting. Maybe Duplex is saving this bubble. Maybe that was his defensive bombardment. Okay, there it is. He's going to toss that one down. And they're going to continue to try to play this roof. So the idea was to use utility to force the 2 teams into one another while taking the high ground. I like this play from Applejacks.
It would have been funny if he threw down the jump pad. Never mind, let's go ahead and talk about the fight. Oh, he still has the hammer points. I just realized that as they get the 2 knocks. But Pop-Tarts does answer back. That's going to mean Rockstar are able to come in to clean this one up, and they take almost no damage for that. Rockstar bide their time, and they'll be able to take the win here in game number 1.
Yeah, again, that's what happens when it's the last team to go in with the third party. But that's great for Rockstar coming through with their new roster and immediately getting a win, but just not a big win. Winning their 50-50, getting kills along the way. That was not an easy situation to be in, and they methodically got through it.
All right, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E after this.
Rockstar.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Yeso back here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Team Rockstar showing up in Game 1 of Rockstar Week. We love to see it. Oi Senpai looks like he's immediately fitting in well there with that Rockstar roster, with Crummy and Pickett. They're able to grab the dub in what was a very spicy final circle. You get Applejacks controlling the high ground on top of the building. Team Pop-Tarts in there, 2 of our top 3 squads up against Team Rockstar. Rockstar shows up to start the day. Hopefully, they can keep things rolling throughout the day. As I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, they were sitting in 5th in our partnered team standings coming into this week. They're going to need some more consistent play to climb those standings, get into that top 4 picture to try and hold on to their spot for next season. But it certainly is promising that first game of the day with this new look roster, Oi Senpai has fit in and looked well. Other thing I want to mention here, coming into this week, It's Aves was leading all of Series E in kills, sitting at 98, and with that that first game, the first player to hit 100 kills here for Season 2. Obviously, we had Mr. Hakulo leading last season, and that title is certainly under threat with the way It's Aves and the rest of Team Applejacks are playing. Let's check out our post-game stats here for game number 1 of the day, and no surprise there, Team Rockstar up with Crummy leading the way, but as I mentioned, It's Aves fragging out so well. 8 kills into that one puts him at a total of 106 kills through 5 weeks and a single game. So they're looking well. And Duplex with the damage lead in this one. Over 2,200 damage. And the best part about our top 3 squads right now, be it Pringles, Pop-Tarts, or Applejacks, what really has them at the top of the standings is that they frag all across the lineup. Both Pop-Tarts and Pringles have all 3 of their players in the top 10 in frags so far this season, and with Applejacks just outside of the top 10 for all of their 3. So really that consistency and that ability to get kills all across your lineup is going to get you to the top of Series E. So let's see if Rockstar can keep things rolling and challenge the top of the board. We've got Game 2 coming up from Jamerson and Tsquared after this break.
Yeah, my preferred loadout is definitely the Vault.
Change of composition coming in for Rockstar. We'll see if it ends up working out. Nice little spray there with the Bolt is going to weaken that player. And Pickett, obviously, is a dodgeball master as he's duck diving, dipping and dodging all over the place. And
either triple take or the Eva, depending on really what the ring location is and how far we have to rotate. But typically I like to have the Vault. It's a very dynamic weapon for close range, medium range combat, and the triple take for when we're either holding a position or for putting out big entry damage prior to pushing. So that's definitely my preferred loadout there. With the recent changes to the Mastiff, the Eva is more relevant than ever. The Mastiff now with the reduced damage, it's much harder to hit those big shots.
Less teams on North side overall.
Man, Matt Pickett with a beautiful spray onto Los Carritos, but Crummy does go down. It's
Two pumping an enemy now is a lot rarer than it used to be. So the Eva really has rised up in the weapon meta. You know, when having a shotgun is essential for comp, and the Eva in bubble fights, in those close range engagements, it's reliable. It's a lot more forgiving than the Mastiff now more than ever. So the Eva is personally, it's my preferred shotgun over the Mastiff right now, and I'm sure a lot of players would agree with that. Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar, and you're watching Series E.
Oh, didn't see you there. Welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have, of course, a word from Matt Pickett there from Team Rockstar, as they just took that win. And we'll see exactly how many kills they got along the way. We saw them get into a number of fights throughout the way, but we saw teams like Applejacks being able to frag out as well. So let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where we stand after all of that. And despite being able to take the dub, Team Applejacks are tied with Team Rockstar with 22 points.
it's going to be fun. I feel like these two teams are going to be duking it out, but Pop-Tarts is going to be right there. Look at all these partner teams. We were talking about it. Team Pringles, obviously, with the 50-50. Intel dying a little bit early, too. But this is the opportunity today with this lobby being a little bit less filled with some of the other pro teams that are coming in and trying to get into Series E. That leaves a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room for big numbers here. So we'll see who's going to come up and put up some really substantial numbers, maybe even try to break the record. We'll see. 97 points is overall so far in Season 2, what we've seen. But a very impressive start for things. But you got a little bit worried for Team Rockstar based on having to go for the 50-50s. That's why Applejacks has a little bit of an advantage right now. They've safely secured Tree. We'll see if any of these open teams get a little psychotic and decide they want to go over there.
Yeah, but despite that, though, getting the dub, getting 10 kills as well, amazing. But Team Applejacks with the 13 kills tied it up. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of that last game, and it was going to be this push, and we have to talk about this. We saw this during the pro night. Team Intel and Team Applejacks, they rotate into each other so often. We see this fight taking place very often, and Applejacks have been able to just dominate in these fights.
Yeah, you could see everybody's kind of sending it one by one. Nobody's really taking smart angles, and once you get split up like this, there's really nothing that you can do. So it's unfortunate because it looks like not everybody fully committed right there on Team Intel, and they were maybe just not communicating as well as they should have. Meanwhile, Applejacks, who knows what their communication's like? You don't even know if they need to talk to each other at that point because they're moving around so well and in unison. But I'm sure they are barking call outs out and things like that. But their consistency has been pretty awesome, and it's not just Aves, it's the rest of these guys too. Aves, though, is able to come through and create a lot of chaos, and that's what I'm knowing is he's putting himself in very risky positions. But that's what you have to do is you have to establish presence. And the reason he's able to do that is through his experience of playing in scrims and tournaments and knowing what he's capable of and getting away with. And that's what you see from these pro players is they go through pubs, they go through tournaments, etc. They're always pushing the pedal to the max to see and put themselves in crazy situations so they can get out of them whenever they need them in situations like this when a tournament comes.
Yeah, we're seeing, again, this was also a display of just how strong the hammer point actually is. If your communication's on point, you know who's cracked, you know who to focus fire with that Mozambique, and absolutely shreds through non-armored targets. So I'm glad to see that we're getting to see some more weapon diversity at the very least, with the nerf to the Mastiff, people swapping off to the Eva 8s. We know how strong the Eva 8 is, especially with the purple bolt, but I love that we're seeing this kind of diversity with the P2020s, with the Mozambique as well.
Not only that, I believe the Eva 8, while the Mastiff was getting nerfed, got a little bit of a buff too, whether it was that same patch or the patch just before that. So there's a lot of different diversity, just like you were saying, we see almost every single gun being used besides like the RE45 and the alternator. But even with the alternator getting boosted up over the previous patches too, you'll notice that people are still kind of carrying it if they're going to go and hit a really fast rotate, and they'll get some kills with it and then continue to swap once they do that. But it's no longer just, R99 Peacekeeper, right? That used to be kind of the main thing. Wingman Peacekeeper, Wingman R9. There was only a handful of guns that players were using. And I think that's why we saw these changes. A lot of balance is in Apex Legends right now. And I think that's the key word, and I love that about it.
Yeah, we see the R3. We even got to see the Devotion a good number of bit during our pro night last week. But here we are on a board with Team Rockstar. They did get challenged by Team Pringles for this drop. This time around, it looks like Team Pringles have gotten the message. It is clear this is going to be the drop for Team Rockstar. He sees as the bubble is thrown down by OA Senpai. So allow Matt Pickett to get the ring information for us. Their loot, not the greatest quite yet, but typically this position, playing out of Fragment East, it's not about the loot. It's more about being able to rotate faster than anyone else.
Well, R301 Mastiff, that's a great start when it comes to the guns that you need. So I think that he'll be just fine as he finds a blue armor too. So it is about the rotation, but at the bare minimum, he has something that he could fight with. So you'll see a lot of times someone like Senpai will probably be interested in switching on over to a scout and giving that R301 to somebody else. It's going to be the Volt there for Matt Pickett, something a little bit more close range, also as the Hemlock. That he was always a huge Prowler fan, so I'm sure he was extremely sad once that got vaulted. But what a game from Rockstar in game number 1. It's basically them and Applejacks tied for first, then Team Pop-Tarts not that far behind them.
Unfortunate for him, it was the Anvil that comes out of that gold cargo bot. And maybe someone's running the R301. We did see, of course, someone pick that one up, but their loot now, triple blue armors, and they should be ready to go. This ring is pulling away to the west. We'll see, though. That scan is what's super important. What is the opportunity? Where is this ring going to be pulling down over towards? It could be going over towards Countdown, but of course we need a better look, and it is going to be pulling all the way into Countdown, maybe even Lava Fissure, and so now our teams need to start getting ready for this.
Yeah, this has to be Lava Fissure. I really think that the building in between Countdown and Lava Fissure would be great, or playing the back of Lava Fissure right now would be huge. But we'll see what happens in terms of being able to pick up kills along the way. Speaking of kills along the way, Casper's back after lagging out from the previous game, and they're doing it, Jamerson. They're taking the aggressive team composition out. It's going to be the Revenant Octane combo with Sunny on Horizon, so this is about as aggressive as you can get.
Yeah, so they're just going to be holding W key. They're getting challenged here on the drop as well. And so they will be able to pick up that fight. We're already down to 18 squads, 54 players remaining as zone number 1. We'll start closing in about another minute here. Again, it looks like things have slowed down. We're not having as many 50-50 fights, or at least the one in Skyhook has not resolved if it has been taking place. So it looks like Team Razor are here to try and get involved, and that's surprisingly enough, because typically here on the open nights we see them taking trials, getting all that loot, but it looks like they are now prioritizing more of trying to get involved in these fights, in these 50-50s.
Yeah, I think that on the open days they need to stop playing it like it's the finals, right? So they need to go around and make some moves as a great opportunity to kind of test your might and see where you stand, and take fights maybe with a little bit less armor and at some disadvantaged positions. Let's see what happens here with Nestle Pure Life. I like Bambino's movement here coming on the Octane. The shots have been looking clean. Unfortunately, he's not able to realize where this player is, and now he's finally spots that player out. There's 2 players actually behind the rock. They're all making their move. That's going to be Blight. He's going to go down. This is Team Lonely Fans on the hunt. Is Bambino, and he should be able to find him. That's 2 players already down. Nice job from Nestle Pure Life.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to hunt down this last player. He's got the jump pad along with that Q to catch up, and Plane will go down as NPL are getting pushed from behind. It seems they have to be careful. About to lose out on one. Strictly will fall to Vanek. SYD in the area as well. Here comes RKT for the 4th party. They throw down that black hole. They've got the death totem as well running. Casper, I don't know if he didn't take it. It looks like he just didn't take it as he was in the front line. Stunny and Bird should be joining him very shortly here. A nice timing coming up from Rice Krispie Treats.
But there was a player over towards Casper's right that could be knocked. It is his crawler, creepy crawler there. on the ground if he wants to go and get the finish and maybe get some more loot. But he's right now just baiting, waiting for that player to give some sort of cue on where his teammates are so they can finally hunt him down. And there it is. That's the last player right there, crouching in the corner like a little tomcat rat. And he's going to take him out. There's a little slash on the screen, but we didn't get a chance to see exactly where he was hiding. So nice job there by Rice Krispie Treats. And I love the mentality that, hey, we already missed out on game number 1 with one of our players lagging out. Let's go ahead and bust out the aggressive composition while we have it now and try to take first place today.
Team Pop-Tart here at Overlook, surprisingly enough, of all places, they're going to dip out of this one, quite literally going down into the sewers to try to avoid this fight. And that's kind of the look that you come to expect here. But here's the fight. CLT versus Applejacks. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange as Rollers pulls out that Mastiff. He needs help here. It's Aves down to about 25 HP. It's going to block the door for as long as possible. Try to pop this bat. And if he can get back into this fight, he will have the passive healing as well. But there is the thirst. That's going to be the armor swap as well. In the 1v2, Team Applejacks go down. Charlotte Phoenix win out this fight. They have to be careful. As you can see, Bronzy taking to the roof just to make sure no one is coming in for the third party. And like that, that's going to allow Team Rockstar now to try and gain an advantage over Team Applejacks. They were tied at 22 points heading into this game.
And now you got to watch out for Charlotte Phoenix as they start to gain momentum. 3 kills already on Bronzy. Not only that, plays a support role. He's fairly weak on the roof, but still has his Beast of the Hunt ready. Still understands that even if a player shoots at him, he has that little bit of movement speed, and then he's going to slide into the door, hit a scan, and heal as the rest of the players do start to make their move. But no third party came through, and that's exactly what you want to see. Clean team fighting from CLT against one of our better team fighting squads. So now they spot another player out in front of them. Nice shots with the triple take right there from Fury. Let's see if he can finish this one off. Hits the first player, but misses out on that second. Bloodhound, a little tough when he's scooting and booting like that, but either way, still finding 1 kill point throughout all this. And I believe Zeratricky could be in the vicinity too. I'm not sure if that's the same team or not, but it looks like Team Razor finally getting in their skirmish over towards the Skyhook side.
Yeah, and it looks like they did take trials. They decided the fight just did not happen, and so they will be able to take that. Rockstar, though, are able to punish this squad that were pinned down before by the snipers on the sniper post over there, north side of Train. There it is. As you can see, GAN getting taken out by Team Razor. Thule filling in for them right now. Pop-Tarts, this fight continuing. KTZ is getting the better of them. Lucas will fall, and Kinetics end up taking this team fight win. They'll be able to recover, even though they're in the zone right now. It's zone number 1, so it doesn't tick away for that much. But you wouldn't know that it's zone 1 because we're already down to 13 squads, Tom.
And they'll have plenty of healing here in these boxes too. So another nice team fight there by one of our open teams coming through, taking out another one of our partner teams. So now the leaderboard going to be shaken up just a little bit because I believe they were sitting in 3rd place. Now Rockstar looking to capitalize on basically everything they're seeing in the kill feed right here, but it has to be from a pretty poor position. Being on the bottom ground here is not ideal. So we'll see how Crummy wants to go approach the situation. He's just going to full send it up the rope and get over towards the top floor.
It looks like the team might have abandoned this position, just ziplined out. As you can see, the scan came out from Matt Pickett there. There's also a jump pad that they had just used, and Matt Pickett is just going to go ahead and push up with this. He is on their heels right now. Doesn't have a scan for another 7 seconds, but the ping comes out from the squad. They might be making their way into the train tunnel, and if they do, this is going to be a tougher fight for Team Rockstar, trying to push in through a lot of these choke points. But Crummy, he doesn't have any care in the world. He's going to go ahead and charge forward. After them, Matt Pickett throws down that scan for him. It looks like that team might have avoided this fight, but Rockstar, they are not going to give up on the chase quite yet.
It's like Rockstar.
He sees them.
Yeah, this is like me chasing down food before Series E starts. Like, it's on the way. I'm just gonna conveniently run as fast as possible to get it. There's Team Cheez It though, looking like they're ready for a fight. Looks like they're gonna pounce on this one. Joey Blackout gets the knock, but it looks like Team Razor's in the vicinity, so that's why they're taking things just a little bit slow, and some armor swap's going to come through, some extra healing inside. And they better get ready for this fight because Team Razor looks like they want to play aggressive, and they are going to go down, though. Thule's the first player. Hackula with a nice portal. He's also going to have a jump pad in the vicinity, too. Let's see if he can get this portal down at a safe spot. I'm not sure if anyone was near this truck. Oh, my goodness. He gets hit with a... Are you kidding me? Hackula takes so much damage.
The bubble was already used as well, but if he does go down, Zeratricky has that gold bag res. But Mr. Hakulo will be able to get that heal up. Zeratricky gets the knock onto Fury. Pringles were playing on that sniper post, and now they're getting punished. The bubble has been used, and Thule will go ahead and push up with it. At the very least, use that time to try and gain a better angle on them. They are right on top. If Team Pringles don't have a port, they might be in trouble. As you can see, Thule getting some decent damage off with the help of Zeratricky as well. But it looks like Team Pringles were able to get out of this one. Might be running into Team Rockstar, though. We know that they are in the train area, then there are a number of teams there. They're going to go ahead and give up the hunt, and it's Team Rockstar still trying to find this squad. Looks like Matt Pickett heard him there, got the scan down on them as well. But for the time being, it looks like we're just back to a neutral game. Teams are slowing things down. Oi Senpai getting hit up, though. We will have to bat throughout all of this, but he should be safe. He's even elected to slow heal throughout all of that.
We also got to give props to Hakulo for surviving that crazy situation, and also setting the portal down to his teammates back into the game right there too. It was just a sliver away from being knocked, and that could have completely changed the whole dynamic of this lobby. So now let's see what happens with Pickett and his scans, as he's just got a little bit left on this Beast of the Hunt perfectly for one more, as that's going to dissipate. But Senpai looks like he's pretty low on healing. I'm not quite sure if... Okay, there he is. He has a Phoenix skin. I was worried at this point if they didn't have any cells, but that really wouldn't make any sense this early into the game. But this is a very interesting situation to be in, because they see multiple things going on and they don't want to go get third-partied. So Pickett has to go and take some different angles and methodically get closer for his scans to hit.
Oh, look at Cheese It. They were getting ready to try and start up a fight. You saw Prodigy Aces in the air with that jump pad. Had that black hole out ready to throw down, but they're happy. They got the damage off to get the red armor for himself, and they could back away back into Countdown for the time being. Looks like he's just keeping it prepped just in case he needs to use it to not have that pull-out animation. Here, though, on board with Charlotte Phoenix, who have made their way on up towards Countdown now. As you can see, they were able to bring up that information for us on the ring. It is going to be pulling over towards Lava Fissure. Mercy only did already commit his bubble. Will throw down the defensive bombardment, as well as Rockstar are in a lot of trouble here. Crummy does not get into his queue in time. The bubble is there. They might be able to res him. He's still pretty far off. We'll see how aggressive Mercy only gets off of this for now, and it looks like they'll safely be able to get the thirst onto him. And so they back up. Team Razor, though, getting pushed now. As you can see, KTZ get wiped out, but the third party is here. Prodigy Aces is right on top of him. Hakulo's the only one up, and he ports out for his own safety. Great timing coming out from Team Cheez It, as they will be able to secure that last kill onto Mr. Hakulo. We are now down to 11 squads throughout all of this in zone number 3.
Yeah, you kind of expect this on the open day. A lot of teams going for fights here, but it's been pretty brutal overall, as Bronzy's going to get involved too. But what a job by Prodigy Aces. Really everybody on Team Cheez It. Finishing off Hakulo was not easy. You can see he was absolutely thumbing, hitting cells with gold armor. Great map movement. Really haven't seen any major mistakes from the teams. The only major mistake would be how aggressive everybody is playing, but to each their own. Whoever's going to be able to walk away with this win is going to have some huge kill points overall. As we take a look at our first Tomcat Rap Cam of the day, it's Casper. Welcome to the Tomcat Rap Cam, Casper. Not the Rap Cam. That'd be fun.
We should also have a karaoke night at that point. But yeah, he's going to try his best to survive, and he's at least hit top 10 right there with Matt Pickett going down. And so they're at least happy with that, picking up some additional placement points. They have also 4 kill points at the very least. As you can see, Casper's got the 3 kills along with the 1 assist. So they made this game count, and the longer he can survive, the better. But here's Team Cheez It being able to get some free positions over here in Countdown. While this ring will be pulling over to Lava Fissure, they can just bide their time here and survive even longer. We have about another 20 seconds before the ring starts closing. And so they could just hold this position. Joey Blackout is the only one on the squad that hasn't gotten into red yet, but with how aggressive that they've been trying to get, you have to imagine that he's got to be close to his red Evo as well. Mercy only picking up the kill onto Yoroi will bring this down to 9 squads left before the zone even starts closing.
If we can, while we have a chance and nobody's fighting, I would love to see the mini map and kind of see where all these teams are set up, especially where the gatekeeping is going to happen, because right now Team Pringles, they have a little bit of the edge to work with, but we have absolutely no idea how many actual teams are in Lava Fissure. And there you see, Intel has a really great priority position But Hell Jumper actually too, inside of that donut building is going to be in a great spot. So Team Intel is most likely going to have all of the aggression kind of put towards them. So we're going to have to see what happens on their side of the map, because you just saw that mini map. So many teams on top of one another. Excuse me.
Phony finding out another rat. We'll be able to take out Strictly. Now down to 8 squads left. We might have 2 rats. Yeah, we actually have 2 rats, I believe, running around. So Casper is still alive somewhere throughout all of this. And then one more squad playing this one out as a solo, I believe. As we are on board with Team Pringles. Fury is currently the kill leader with 4. No assist to the name. So might just be the 4 kills for Team Pringles right now, as they are trying to secure a higher placement here. But they have to move. They have to get into Lava Fissure. This is going to be dangerous. We know that the team was playing in Countdown. You might be keeping an eye on it, and they are, but that jump pad gives you so much movement speed. They're able to safely get into this position. What a great rotate coming out from Team Pringles.
This little office building is nice, but a lot of times people will start to aggress towards you, and they'll peek from a lot of different angles, especially from bottom center. So instead of sitting down there, they want to continue to get aggressive and own some more real estate while adding pressure on the teams in front of them. So I really like this play. Where they're at is more of a lower tier spot than where they are now. So this area would be, I would probably say, about 5 times more powerful than where they were before. So I really like this play from Pringles, and that's how you rotate. So I'm glad that we were able to catch that. Kind of the power of the jump pad, but also the power of being able to make quick decisions and using your scans at the right time from Phony.
Now we're down, of course, still with 8 squads here, as the ring will pull continually into the north side of Lava Fissure. It's Hell Jumpers with the north side, northwest position here, as they haven't been able to get much going. As you can see, they're all still sitting on blue armors, and the majority of the fight has been taking place, of course, on the southwest side, southeast side of this zone. So haven't had too many opportunities with these guns, even with this longbow that's absolutely decked out, to get much going here. One shot, though, will get him up to purple at the very least, but no one has been peeking their head, and so he is not ready for the fight quite yet.
He does have that guy on the bottom right at the replicator if he wants to take a shot. But this should be a little bit more, methodical now, because as we talk about the placement points all the time, this is where really the big money's made in terms of making placement points. So everything kind of slows down once you get to 8-7 squads, because the points really start to add up. So it completely makes sense here, as the teams that have been rewarded with either setting up early in the zone, or the teams that have picked up a lot of kill points towards the edge are going to want to get the max points here. So there's the move coming in from Prodigy Aces a little bit early on that black hole. Didn't connect as he was hoping for. This sledge to throw things down would have been a lot easier, but we knew Team Intel was going to face a little bit of resistance over towards their building, and now it starts to happen as Metro is going to back off, hit the bubble and the battery at the same time. Curious to see if he has used that defensive bombardment yet, or if he's waiting, because that's going to end up forcing these teams inside the building if he has that one up. I wasn't paying attention, but I think he does. So as soon as he's done healing, I'm fully anticipating him to throw that.
Is 6 out of heals? He is. So they're handing over. They're handing it over for them. It looks like Team Rice Krispie Treats are out. Casper did get exterminated there. And so now we are down to 7 squads, 19 players remaining. But Cheez-It versus Intel. Tale as old as time. And we've seen them fight so often. Of course, at the beginning of the season, they were continually 50-50 for Lava City, but now here we are in the mid-game. Team Pringles have made their move on up as well, advancing throughout all of this. Phony has that Beast of the Hunt popped. We'll have another scan to go down, and they met some resistance, but they have been able to at least safely get into this next zone. And this is a bit more of what we're expecting in our games. Once we get to about the 5th or 6th ring, to still have about 6 or 7 squads remaining here. But Pringles have to be careful. The team is trying to make their advance behind them. We need good scans out of Phony to keep them at bay. Good peek out from Fury, though. We'll keep them pinned behind a cover for the time being as they try to heal up to full. But here comes the utility. Here come the Arc Stars, forcing them into one side. You can see the peak coming out from them. The bubble is utilized as well. Great bubble to block that Arc Star, but Pride gets the knock on to Phony. Charlotte Phoenix now trying to push up. Fury using that triple take as a shock and is able to trade back. We're down to the final 2 players here on Pringles. Barely surviving, but they will be able to get the res, and no team coming in to try and punish them.
thought they were done for once Phony sent it into the bubble, but he understood that he did so much damage that it was just up to him to go in there and force the action. Now we see what's going on over towards the outskirts. It's going to be Team Cheez-It. Defensive bombardment goes down. Obviously not theirs because they don't have a Gibraltar, so batteries are going to have to be popped back and forth. As Rakanishu looks like he's in a little bit of a tough position. I thought he actually was about to slide down and be done for, but the rest of the players are going to start climbing up there. I believe that's still Team Intel inside of the building here, but now it's just slowing down temporarily. Everyone kind of showing respect for one another. And this is a full 3-on-3 on 3-on-3. All 4 of these squads, you can obviously see in the top right-hand side, have all of the members. And now we're seeing a similar situation before where 2 teams inside of a building and then other teams trying to play the outskirts, forcing the action. So things are going to get fairly interesting here because the teams on the outskirts actually have to move towards the teams in the building.
Luckily for Team Pringles, though, they've got the catwalk cover to work with to try and advance. As you can see, it does pull towards where this zone will be closing. Rakanishu keeping an eye on it, but you can see how much cover is provided. Even with this roof position, Rakanishu has to work to try and find an angle here. But Team Intel, Team Cheez-It stacked on top of each other. We have the 4th squad, as you can see through that X-ray just to the north of this position as well. And so Team Pringles are going to be happy with that at the very least. Even though they are on the outskirts, they have to walk this one in. There's so much of the attention and a lot of the fighting is taking place here instead, and no attention drawn their way.
This is where we're going to see probably the power of the Gibraltar here, in my opinion. It's nice to have the Horizon too. Everyone's going to have to really utilize their Legends to the maximum ability here, but I really feel like Gibraltar shines towards the tail end when you really need that dome to get rid of a lot of the utility, the grenades, the defensive bombardments that start to roll in, but also for when you need to go into that open space and there's not much cover, which eventually will happen here. So we'll see exactly how Metro wants to play this one because he is the Gibraltar right now in the best position out of anybody. So really feel like eyes are on him, especially Flatline Prowler. Doesn't have a Mastiff, like your typical Gibraltar, but you can see the scans coming in from all over the place. Beasts of the Hunts were popped as this zone's going to start closing, but this is going to be a long minute and 20 seconds. This is going to last until the very end.
If they have a gold helm, they need to swap it on over to him, but of course they took this position very early on. You saw their utility, their heals were a little bit low. They were handing them off, but they were able to pick up some kills there. It looks like Metro gets another one onto that 4th squad. Here's a defensive bombardment going down. I don't know if it'll get much at this point as Team Pringles are slowly walking their way on in. That Beast in the Hunt providing them extra intel as they get the scans going down. Fury tries to find an angle on the right-hand side. You can see the great coverage coming out from Team Pringles, clearing that black hole before any damage could be done as well. But it's all about Team Cheez-It here on the high ground. They have the angles. They just need to hold the line even longer. And Rakanishu was able to finish off that last player. We're now down to the full 3v3v3. You see the gravity lift being thrown in to that bubble as well, but they were not able to try and get one player out of position. At some point, Team Cheez-It, Team Intel, they have to make their way on now. Team Intel going for the peak, and they get the knock on to 6 instantly here. Team Pringles climbing on over. And it looks like Team Cheez-It are able to play the high ground long enough here as Intel survived long enough to hit top 2, but it's all about Team Cheez-It to try and finish this one off, and they will be able to take the win.
You were calling it Team Cheez-It with the priority position on top of the roof right there. Did such a good job using the air conditioner. I guess that would be over towards the roof. So nobody on Team Pringles had the angles. And I was expecting even maybe a grav lift over towards the tail end to get them above all the action below them. But all of those teams were so low that they just said, hey, we're good. Let's just drop down, take our time, push these guys outside the zone and win the game. What a game by Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, and we got to see, of course, Team Cheez-It. They were active in the early game, active in the mid game as well. They picked up kill points all along the way. So this should be a very good one for them to catch up on the leaderboard, especially with some of our top 3 teams going down a little bit earlier. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of the evening after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar, and this week is Rockstar Week. I've got a blue raspberry Rockstar here. We're going to give that a try, see how it tastes. Here we go, first time trying this one. Damn, that's good. That's delicious. And that's a genuine reaction too. That's really good. Okay, so I've tried many flavors of Rockstar now. I like the fruity flavors. The punched is quite a good flavor. The normal is pretty good, but of all the Rockstars, blue raspberry has to be my favorite. Delicious. Can't go wrong here. Highly recommended.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, yay, so back here in the Esports Arena, Orange County studio, and it ain't easy being cheesy, but Cheez-Its does take game number 2. Rakinishu and the boys looking strong. Came into this week sitting in 4th place of our partner teams, and they're looking to continue to climb up those standings. It's going to be a difficult test to challenge the likes of Team Applejacks, Team Pop-Tarts, and Team Pringles, but we saw in this game, Team Pop-Tarts, Team Applejacks, 2 of the squads that were in the top 3 in game number 1 didn't even make it inside the top 10, so that's certainly going to be a boon for those Team Cheez-Its guy. They get those 12 placement points plus all of those kills, so they're going to be feeling really good. So really, it seems to be kind of a 3-horse race right now. We'll see how things shake out as the day continues, but love game 2 there, and 3 of our partnered squads in the end one more time as Team Intel and Team Pringles were there for the challenge, but Cheez-Its comes out on top. So let's check out our post-game stats. 2 games in, Rakinishu leading the way, and Joey Blackout. It's been a rough last couple of weeks. Joey's had kind of some unfortunate plays in 1v1s that he hasn't been able to come out on top of, but top kill leader in this game with 6 kills under his belt is going to feel really good. That's a good way for Team Cheez-Its to start the day with a win under their belt in the first 2. But Pringles, as I mentioned, top of the standings this week. Presley doing some work, over 1,800 damage for that squad. We'll see if they can continue to get those top 3 placings as the game continues. 2 games under our belt, 4 more to go. We're going to head to a short break. I'll be back with you guys for halftime after this one. Game number 3 from Jamerson and Tsquared.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Whoa.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top favorite smash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had 2 games finished off. Now we're about to head into 3rd. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard because there should be quite a shakeup. We had 2 teams tied in first place. Excuse me. It was Team Applejacks and Team Rockstar who were tied 22 points, but they weren't able to get much done throughout this game. And so Team Cheez-It now propelled themselves into first place, Tom.
Yeah, Spirits, hit me with those new Cheez-Its, bro, because I just ate the whole rest of my box yesterday. So I'm trying to come up on those new ones. I don't know if you guys saw the commercial, but I definitely did, and I am still hungry. So feel free to send any snacks my way. Meanwhile, looking at all the other teams, obviously Charlotte Phoenix is the one non-partner team that we have to look out for. They came through the lobby a little bit of a favor by taking out, I believe, Team Applejacks early. That was pretty surprising that they were able to steamroll the rest of the lobby. It was actually Team Cheez-It playing methodically and smart, doing some really nice things to get them to the first place. And it's not that surprising because we talked about Cheez-It before this started.
Yeah, and they are, of course, one of the 3-4 teams that we're looking at to continue on to season 3 with the consistency of play that we're seeing out of them right now. Right there at the end, we had Team Cheez-It, of course, taking on Team Intel, the final 2 teams for that game, which seems very it seems quite right to see, of course, them finishing out a game together against each other, as in the past they've started off a lot of the games fighting off against each other. But Team Intel have, of course, changed their drop spot right now. But let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. And it was just this finish here. And Tom, I mean, they were able to utilize this high ground extremely well to get the win.
Yeah, remember, Prodigy Aces used his black hole a little bit early here, so they didn't even have it. And the way that they were able just to position themselves is basically all they needed. Yeah, hitting your shots is extremely important, but new Apex players or seasoned Apex players obviously take note to what you have to do in these type of situations. Your positioning matters almost more than anything, and Team Cheez-It shows it right there.
Yeah, they were, of course, able to avoid a lot of the fighting on the ground. Team Intel, stuck inside the building, were forced to move before them because Team Cheez-It were here on the high ground. And you saw how long Joey Blackout was able to delay dropping down, maintain this angle above Team Pringles. Team Pringles were forced out from behind their cover as well, just in time. And so Team Cheez-It just pick up all of these kills. Well, a lot of them. Team Intel are able to frag out as well. But despite that, Team Intel only have 13 points overall after 2 games, and they still have a lot of room to catch up on. But right now, it's Team Cheez-It currently in the lead, 29 points. We're going to be joining on board with Team Rockstar once again as we are dropping in for game number 3.
Keep in mind, Team Intel didn't have any points, I think, to start. They were taken out extremely early. So I think that that's a 13-point game for them overall, which isn't too shabby. But right now, the way these other teams are thumbing, they're going to need a lot more on the board. So we'll see what Team Rockstar is going to be able to do. Again, newly added Senpai to this roster has been doing phenomenal so far. So we'll see if they continue that pace.
Yeah, it's going to be a typical drop for them as well. They do get the beacon over here at Frag East, so Oi Senpai dropping that down for him. Double sniper on top of this building, but we've seen, of course, Oi Senpai be able to loot up quite decently off of this building at the very least. Yeah, he's just getting basically every long-range weapon possible there. You saw the double 30-30 repeaters as well, but he should be able to loot up fairly quickly. Right now, Team Rockstar already got the double blue armors as well, as we're going to have another ring pulling over towards the western side, but this one is going to be going more over towards Countdown. You can see the pings coming out from Lonely fans as well. They want to play that truck early.
That blue truck, yeah, it's kind of gone out of style with the metas and the amount of aggression that happens over towards there. So we'll see who's going to hold the sniper post, who's going to also hold outside of the choke area onto the platform is a really good spot too. So a lot of different teams going to prioritize different areas depending on what their play style is going to be. You'll see what Bag Season is going to be able to do. Yo-Yo Joe is going to end up needing an armor because he could use that Gibraltar passive as much as he wants, but going up against teams like Team Razor in the vicinity, if they see that you don't have even anything better than a blue, they are going to send it towards you. So we'll see what happens as we see what Team Razor, speaking of them, is doing. They're over towards the roof over here, and I'm expecting them to probably take this fight here fairly soon.
Yeah, they're close. They're not very far at all. I mean, this is a squad that we typically expect to be taking trials and such, but they're trying to be in the middle of things. That's why you're seeing them in the middle of Skyhook to try and find the fight earlier on. You can see Thule up on the roof. He's getting the pings down. There's notifying his team that they are over here. But he's going to wait as Zeratricky does set up an angle in the middle sniper post at the very least. But we'll see. This fight, it took a while to get going in game number 2. But they are closer this time around.
Looks like we have a little Counter-Strike move coming in from Pride. He's a little creepy crawly over here trying to get some information on the players that are making their way up that zip line there, but it's a full 3-man crouch. All just to go and get that purple mag. So now that he's got the purple mag, he's feeling like he can fly around.
Yeah, Rockstar. They are making their way on through, able to craft up and get some additional loot. So, purple armor, double blues now for Crummy and Oi Senpai as well. But they are really in no hurry. We're seeing Rockstar just being able to play the edge quite well, pick up a lot of kills. We saw them do that throughout games number 1 and 2. Right now, though, it's bag season, making their way through the train tunnel northeast of Skyhook right now. Nades were thrown out, and they thought maybe there was some resistance, but the team might have ballooned out, and yeah, there they go. As they do hit for the blue and the purple, and they're not going to give chase at all whatsoever. So what an odd rotation coming out from that squad, going over towards the eastern side. NPL, though, have found themselves in the middle of a fight. They have a squad underneath them, but Strictly has not hit them with the scan quite yet. He's got another 10 seconds left to go, but there they are, full 3 inside right now, and they're ready to make their advance. You see the nades coming in as well. The thermite is covering one door. It's just a matter of time. Strictly throwing in all of his utility in these early fights. You know squads have a lot of nades to use. Here's Dracos with that black hole, throwing it in. Do they have additional nades to pop in? It looks like Strictly's going to start it off. Klain gets the first knock, and he instantly has cover from Dracos covering the door now, but he's getting charged out. Hits for the 41, will take out Vanek, and it's all up to Bambino to get in the building and finish them off. NPL will be able to win out the fight. That was the first fight of the game, bringing us down to 19 squads left. Pop-Tarts, though, are finding themselves in an engagement once again over here by Overlook. And surprising, this fight continues to take place. I don't know if it's a 50-50 or if it's an early rotation. What is going on here?
Well, if they sense weakness over here against one of the open teams, this is what happens. You just kind of get, Apex Predatored on, where they see, all right, well, we're going to come through and wipe you guys out and get some more points for ourselves, because this is what we do as we're Team Pop-Tarts. So nice job taking all 3 players down. I believe that's Team Kinetics, like we were talking about, Jamerson, and very cleanly executed. So SC Pure Life gets involved now, and Team Pop-Tarts gets involved. Applejack showcasing that they can take some fights as well against another open team over here. This is towards where game number 1 ended, over towards the Snake, and now we've had 2 more northwest zones after that. So now Applejacks does have a little bit of ways to make, but like you're saying, once they play the edge of the zone, that's going to continue what they do. They're not going to go and force themselves in the middle. So Applejacks can be rewarded with some loot here, and then they're going to make the rotation a little bit later.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to move through Sorting Factory. They do have the replicators to work off of as well if they need to pick up additional loot, but that was a pretty quick team fight win for them, and they didn't look like they had to heal up much at all. They are on the hunt for this 3rd player. We're down to 17 squads, by the way, as a lot of fighting just broke out now, as it seems they will continue to hunt this one down and just pick up additional loot. So nothing else going on there. Team Intel, though, are making their way into the ring for now. They're already over here at Countdown. Decent shot by Panders, hits for that big burst at the end with the charge rifle, but he needs the help of his friends. He needs to try and get some decent scans off, but it looks like they're not going to actually make the push off. They're just going to go ahead and continue to play on the edge here, and they're going to play outside of Train Yard.
Yeah, not quite sure what the call was here, but I do like to get more information before they go and take a fight, just in case the third parties end up coming around. So they're going to try to go and hit some more scans and figure out exactly where the rest of these players are, because they don't have the luxury of having the player outlines like we do. So it's going to be a lot of Fisher rotation over towards the side, and we'll see what they get met up with over towards here. But I'm not expecting them, if they want to go and make rotations like this, to try to do anything unless they know that the fight is safe and that the rotation is going to be easy. That's why they're not really forcing their way through.
Applejacks have made their way through Sorting Factory, and there is another squad here. Defensive bombardment has been used, forcing Aves and company inside. This is fine. There's just 2 angles you have to work off of. Thermite missing him. Arcstar's going in. Aves does not get a connect, as the port is going to be thrown down by that squad. Applejacks are, never mind, I got baited. It was a blue armor down there, but they have connected with the Thermite, got confirmation on a gold armor at the very least, but they want to continue to hunt down this squad. They are cornering them here as the zone starts starts closing in, sliding in with the Rockstar, will force them down the stairs. You can see Aves holding down that angle, but he goes back behind cover at the wrong time. There we go. Getting some decent damage off. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix once again. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. No, make that a 1-for-2 exchange. Aves needs to fight back here as he is going to bat up throughout all of this. The Wraith gets behind him and he does not finish off that battery kit. CLT will take him out once more. Now we are up to the top 15 squads as RKT are in the fight as well, taking out Kaji. They will be able to finish him off. Intel take out Razor throughout all of this. We're down to 13 squads.
And Rice Krispy Treats is going to be able to get the res and the loot over towards here. So we're going to have a shuffle towards the top of the leaderboard. But another fight happening. We're going to have time to talk about it. That's going to be bag season going at it with Team Pringles. And Team Pringles looks like they're going to get the best of them. Still in the zone, but it's just zone 2, so it's not going to take that hard. And again, plenty of resources on those death boxes to get right back into this one. But what a job by Charlotte Phoenix. I mean, we were watching Aves' point of view from Team Applejacks, and he basically did every single thing right. But all it takes is one player on your team to kind of overextend. And then he had a little bit of COD timing there where he goes to try to take the angles on these players when he knew they're going to be forced out. But he looks away right when they come down the ramp, and he misses out on a little bit of free damage there, which ends up turning the fight in Charlotte Phoenix's favor a little bit more. But it seemed like Aves was doing everything right there, but Charlotte Phoenix's screen must have looked a little bit better. So that's back-to-back, and now Team Pringles is going to make the rotation, long rotation outside this train track.
Yeah, it's just a matter of split seconds there. That's what the difference in a lot of these team fights, especially when our partnered squads face off against someone like Charlotte Phoenix, who in the past, we've seen them just being able to run through this lobby. What was it, a 22-kill game that they had not too long ago. So here's Team Pop-Tarts, though, fresh off their win with off that 50-50 up against KTZ. Have another squad in front of them right now. Havoc with the turbocharger. Don't get to see that as often, but you know, the Havoc in the past has been able to dish out massive damage. Impulse is going to try and start this fight off, going fishing with Dynamite. Does not connect there, but Stomps is on the other side of this rock, trying to find out this squad, but they are backing away, making their way over towards the train tracks, making their way over towards another squad, actually inside the Beacon building.
Yeah, the action not going to stop here for Team Pop-Tarts. This is one of the teams that are looking for fights, especially with this composition here. We'll see what Lucas is electing to do. Havoc turbocharger running out of ammo. So if they're going to take a fight, it has to be right now. And you can see that there's 2 teams in the vicinity. That's going to be Senpai going down first to Nacho. And it looks like the finish is going to come in from Goofy Gamer with the frag grenades. So Pop-Tarts recognizing this situation. They're just kind of waiting for this to play out a little bit more. The big thing is not to majorly show. So don't really hit any scans quite yet. Don't take any random shots and try not to peek. But as soon as that happens, the player on the roof is going to spot him out. Meanwhile, Pickett's going to go down to double Spitfires there from Team Pringles.
The Spitfire, absolutely disgusting. As Pringles now making their way through Skyhook. The ring is closing. And looks like they're going to opt to try and take the train tunnel instead. A lot of resistance over here. But here's RKT. They've got the Death Totem. They've got the jump pad set up, but 2 of them have already been cleared. Stunny is the only one alive over in the middle of that fight, but it will take that last bit of lethal damage to be sent back. And so over RKT, they tried it didn't work, but of course we'll see. They'll have another opportunity. Third party coming in though from behind as the Rockstar lands. That's going to allow them time to get up onto the roof. Now they are getting challenged, but the silences might be helping them out. As you can see right on the other side of the bubble, Casper tries to hold his ground. He does have Bird on the high ground here to try and trade back, but it's going to be CLT getting the first knock. Mercy only goes down to Stunny as he picks up 2, and now he's going for the thirst here. Casper should be rezzed up. Will they allow them to get away with that jump pad? No, they will finish him off. But oh boy, GS Bird goes down. Stunny was trying to stick the res onto Casper, but now he's forced to bat up. It's down to a 1v1. What is this movement coming out of the Wraith? Everywhere here as Pride will be able to finish him off, but he has lost out on his squad. They're on the edge of the zone. Will he be able to get the res for them?
Well, he's Wraith, so let's see if he can heal up enough. Will he portal here on the edge of the zone? Let's see how much that's ticking for. I think he will have enough distance to make up. It's really not ticking for that much. So if he wanted to, he could get these guys back in with exactly that southwest zone, that southwest beacon here. As Rockstar now, they are down to the last player alive too. It's Crummy. He's going for a little bit of what we were talking about. That's going to be the jump pad rotation. He's going to hit a med kit here because you can see if he Okay, so interesting. He's going to go for that no matter what, and then he's going to go and hit that med kit. So zone number 3 really not doing that much damage. He doesn't even have to heal. He's just going to queue right back into the zone here and be completely fine. And the portal goes down too, so great place here from Crummy.
Yeah, which is why you can see that ping itself tells you exactly the distance that you need to cover for your team to be able to get back in. And you get that port properly, so you don't have it both inside. So he will be able to survive, heal up, get his team in. You can see why it's so important to understand the mechanics of every single ability there and use them to their max. Rockstar do survive throughout all of that, but that does mean that Charlotte Phoenix, their plan was probably to use this res as well. Do not have it available for them. We'll see if they can find a mobile respawn beacon somewhere, or if he can sneak his way on in. Throughout all of this, though, we haven't been able to talk about the ring. It is going to continue to pull on over. It looks like some of Countdown is in. As you can see, Pringles playing the northwest side of it, leapfrogging from building to building, using those scans to clear it out as well. Phony leading the charge for them now. And we are down to 10 squads, 22 players, so there has to be a number of rats still remaining. We know that Charlotte Phoenix are currently ratting this one out as Team Pringles find themselves in a fight. They've got a full 3-man ahead of them. It's going to be NPL. They've been quite silent throughout a lot of this game, but now the action is coming towards them. Strictly almost knocked there, dropped down to about 10 HP without trading much damage at all. As you can see, Pringles understand they want to try and get this knock first, bring it down to a 3v2, but oh, the lurk coming up from Strictly. He punishes Presley there, and now the man advantage going on over towards NPL. They're going to turn the tides on this battle as they jump on over each other. Team Pringles get knocked out.
You really got to give credit for Bambino, the way that he's playing Octane. Seems like it's just a completely different player than when he's on, say, Gibraltar or something along those lines, as Team Rockstar is going to get the finish onto Cryptic over here. Luke going to go on over to Senpai as well, to be able to heal right back up. And nice job there by Nestle. Pure Life. Pop-Tart's also going to get a knock right there onto Mercy only, so they're in the vicinity with a triple take as we start to see where this zone is going to continue to pull. We were talking about that blue truck possibly. We know the sniper post is pretty popular, the platform outside of the cave, but Rockstar finds themselves in a sticky situation as Bronzy and Mercy are going to die to the ring there, and that's Prodigy Aces there with the knock onto Senpai. It looks like Peckett is going to get out of dodge.
Yeah, I mean, they were already able to res 2 in, so I think you're just happy to at least be playing this one out as a duo. So just go ahead and leave Oi Senpai. You've already hit top 8 as well. It's just about surviving even further. Pop-Tarts, though, in a fight up against Lonely Fans. They have been trading away now. 00 negative going down for stomps. As you can see, Matt Pickett still taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, barely surviving. But here's Team Pop-Tarts. It's all up to Impulse here as he charges up that hill, has that EVA 8, misses a lot of those shots, and he will fall. Lonely Fans win this one out on the eastern edge. It looks like Pop-Tarts were trying to punish that res that came up from Charlotte Phoenix, and in doing so, were out of position. They got punished. Rockstar do get cleaned up by Team Cheese It. Now we're down to our top 6 with 12 players remaining. So we still have a number of rats in this lobby.
And Team Cheez It is back at it again here, looking for 2 dubs as they're going to get the scan onto Pride on our Tomcat Rat Camp Cam, and because of that, he's going to try to dip out, but not much cover to work with, so he's going to go and hit his Q and try to find the next spot to heal, most likely this rock directly in front of him. Battery probably in his back pocket if he wants to go and do so. And a nice job getting his way on over to the truck where we were expecting and anticipating. Okay, he must have not had any heals, so he just ends up running out in the open and dying right there. So nice job again by Team Cheez It. They found the scan. Now they have double Peacekeeper here as R301 PK in the back pocket there for Rakadishu. They are in the zone. They are looking good off of winning the previous game. They're #1 overall. They're getting tons of kills this game. I mean, what more can you ask for Team Cheez It?
Yeah, it looks like they might be able to put another win on the board, especially, like you said, double PK. You don't get to see that often. So when the fights do come into close quarters combat, they will have the advantage in a lot of these right now. Luckily for them as well, the ring will be ending just short of these cards, so they can play on top of that. Lonely Fans, though, making their way on in, had control of that sniper post, spotted out squad over at Countdown as see Blight is trying to control a lot of this area. Joey Blackout will exterminate one more rat with that PK, taking out Lady Death. Now, the last rat in the lobby is down. So So final 3 squads in this ring. It's going to be a 3v3v3. NPL, Lonely Fans, and of course Team Cheez-It.
We'll see if Blight can utilize his caustic towards the tail end of this game, because that's the whole point. But we were talking about this in game number 2, where Team Cheez-It put themselves in a priority position. So right now it's all about your positioning and who has the furthest area to make up. Right now it's Nestle Pure Life. They're going to be getting double gate cap here. So the idea would be to push this team out, force them to get shot at by Team Cheez-It. While that's happening, you could start to kind of mosey your way up and find the next piece of cover. But you have to start initially hitting your shots right here, and they are not winning out in these trades. So that's a great job by Lonely Fans towards the side.
And we're going to have 2 horizons at the very least. I forget what Lonely Fans is running. So this could be quite chaotic. A lot of black holes. We do have the Nox Gas Grenade as well on the other side from Lonely Fans. They're running that caustic here. And so it's not going to have as much effectiveness in this fight, because both of the other squads are running the horizon. So they'll have 10 seconds to avoid that Nox Gas Grenade on the ground if they use their gravity lift for that. And so Blight has to find the proper timing. So he needs to wait for those gravity lifts to be used from either side before he commits that Nox Gas Grenade.
And you could see why they weren't able to win the trades here. It's Blight with the 6x triple take. It's still plenty of ammo as he's hitting this nasty head glitch, just peeking behind the rock back and forth. So another very slow and methodical ending here, as these teams don't want to waste all of the work they've put in here. And keep in mind, after this game, we go to a quick little halftime break. Then we'll have 3 more games, so make sure that you guys stick with us throughout all that, as the zone is finally closing. There'll be 1 more after this, and that rock is just not going to be enough cover. They have to make their way up a little bit more. And while that's happening, they don't have a Gibraltar Dome. It's just all up to Blight and his barrels, and he just gets ripped apart towards the side. All up to Blueberry Smalls. Not sure if he's going to be able to do anything, but he's at least creating a little bit of a distraction. And instead of going to finish him off, they realize that there's a full 3-man squad coming over towards the side, and now Blueberry Smalls maybe able to get the res back.
Yeah, 1 minute and 21 seconds. Black Hole was coming into this fight as well, as he just barrels in strictly. Gets taken out during the slide there. Rakanishu's trying to finish him off, but instead opts for that shield battery instead of the armor swap. He will have a secondary one there. He can hold the ground at this point. And so, Team Cheez-It in the commanding position. You can see the scans going down, but it looks like at least 1 res went off for Team Lonely Fans at the very least. But they have cover. They can try to continue to hold this one down. 52 seconds here, ring closing now, as you see the teams moving up. And at this point, we have Team Cheez-It not able to secure as much as they wanted, but they still have the advantage at least over NPL. Lonely Fans have been able to fully recover throughout all of this, so we're now down to a 3v3v2.
I can't believe that Lonely Fans was able to recover. The fact that they just left Blueberry Small there, absolutely insane, but I get the thought process. They're more worried about winning the game and the 3-on-3 than the wrath that's coming from behind them. But to be able to stay in that fight, to get the res off and have the confidence in yourself and your teammates throughout all of that and the knockdown shields is absolutely huge. So nice job there by Lonely Fans and Blueberry to give themselves an opportunity to get their first win here today. Team Cheez-It, though, they're looking for back-to-back here. R9, PK, double PKs here coming in from Team Cheez-It. So things are going to get pretty interesting.
And remember, Team Lonely Fans were able to recover, but they ended up using a lot of utility throughout all of that. You could see Blight was just throwing out every barrel. I feel like he also committed the Nox Gas Grenade. Don't quite remember, but Team Cheez-It have the mobility to actually avoid it. They still have their horizon. They can gravity lift out of that AoE if they need to. See Joey Blackout, even being a pal, handing over the bat right there. Blueberry Smalls caught behind that rock. And Team Cheez-It have put themselves in the middle of the zone. They still have to worry about NPL, but it looks like Rakanishu's doing a great job of keeping that area scanned for now. Here comes the EMP from Team Lonely Fans, and it does connect. Prodigy Aces goes down. This is their opportunity. If they can get barrels in, they can absolutely punish now. As you can see, Team Cheez-It trying their best to recover. NPL are trying to punish them now, and they will go ahead and peek down at the right time. Bambino's on top of him, but that's a full connect out from that PK from Joey Blackout. They get the knock, and they finish off Bambino and Dracos, but it's going to be a 3v2 now. Almost blind as Joey Blackout still has the bat up. Lonely fans above them, dropping down to try and finish them off, pitching them, but oh my goodness, they've got the PKs to try and finish it. It's going to come down to Rakanishu. He was able to steal the high ground. He's able to hit for flush. It's down to a 1v1. He's got the PK. He connects for the red. He's doing so much damage, but he just needs to finish him off, hitting for the 8th there. Oh my goodness. Rakanishu clutches up the win. That's going to be the back-to-back dub for Team Cheez-It.
What a monster right there. The head glitch PK. And then once I saw the PK hit for 8, I was like, okay, that's why they put this thing in the vault. But he slides through with the R301. Doesn't matter. What a job there by Team Cheez-It. And the 2 versus 3, but also the 1 versus 2 from Rakanishu. Absolutely insane. I know what our Mobile 1 high performance for next game when we get back after halftime is going to be.
There's no other moment. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and take our halftime break, catch our breath, and when we get back, we'll have 3 more games of Series E after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. Thanks to Rockstar. I always clutch up.
Can scan that one out. 2 peeking from his left. He needs the coverage from his right, and Matt Pickett is there for him, buying enough time for Crummy now to come in for that challenge. 6 goes down as Metro will fall as well. Matt Pickett really playing on the razor's edge there.
I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar, and this week is Rockstar Week.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hello. There we go. Here we go. That one's on me, folks. Sorry about that. Welcome back. We are here live in the Esports Arena, Orange County studio. Yeso bringing you guys halftime after the back-to-back dubs by Cheez-Its. My man Rakanishu clutching it up with the PK on the high ground, looking so clean from my man Cheez-Its coming from the bottom. Now they're definitely going to be holding on to first place right now. We'll have to see if the likes of Team Applejacks, Team Rockstar, and the rest of the squads can challenge these guys because they look on the money so far today. Through 3 games, they are feeling really strong. We'll have to see how things continue because Lonely Fans couldn't get it done there at the end, or Team NPL. Let's check out through 3 games our cumulative stats so far. Obviously, Team Cheez-Its going to be in the lead, led by Rakanishu, and we'll bring those up for you here in just a moment. There it is. Prodigy Aces looking really strong. 11 kills so far today for Rakanishu and over 4,500 damage. So no real surprise that he's leading the way in those 2 categories. Team Cheez-Its really got everything rolling there, looking on the money today. And now what I really want to see, because we've seen solid performances from these guys throughout the season. There's a reason they're in 4th place and they're looking to challenge those top 3. But why we haven't seen them get into that top 3, break into that area, is that they haven't been able to finish strong, right? We've had some solid performances from them to start the day. They've been getting dubs here and there, some good performances from Rack, but they haven't really been able to close it out, take that first place and push it through to get that top point spot. So we're really going to be looking for them to keep things rolling in the second half of the day with 3 more games ahead of them. See if that can continue. Obviously, Team Applejacks and Rockstar going to be right on their heels, so we'll see what they can do. But as always here at halftime, it's time to raffle off a spot on Deal or Steal. Now, if you guys missed our pre-show, it is a game show where you can win all kinds of awesome prizes from all of our partners, ranging from some awesome snack packs from Cheez-Its, Applejacks, Pop-Tarts, and more, up to some awesome Razer peripherals and even an Xbox Series X. If you guys want to get in on the game show, come and play with me. Make sure you are subscribed to us right here on Twitch and check us out on all of our socials. We're at Esports Arena on Twitter and Instagram, facebook.com/esportsarenausa. And obviously, as I mentioned earlier, if you want to get in on this fit, check us out at shop.esportsarena.com. But we got the raffle on the screen for you guys right now. Which one of our subs is going to join me on Deal or Steal? It's going to be Dusk G Unit. Congratulations, Dusk. Excited to get you on Deal or Steal here in the near future. Our mods and staff will be reaching out to you to make sure we schedule that out. So congratulations, my man, and I'll see you on Deal or Steal soon. That's going to do it for the halftime here, folks. Games 4, 5, and 6 on the other side of this break.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance, that was so close. For the code is one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen. Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the half, we had Cheez-It taking back-to-back W's, Rakanishu clutching it out in game number 3. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard now to see where they stand. They were already the leaders heading into game number 3, but now they are holding a commanding lead over Team Rockstar.
Let's see if Team Cheez-It can set the record here, because what is that? 108 after halftime would be 2 times 54. That'd be absolutely insane. What a job by Rakanishu in that final game there. Now Lonely Fans actually kind of bumping Team Intel off of that left-hand side there, so hopefully Intel can get right back up. But it was a nice job by Lonely Fans getting right back into the game, especially Blueberry, who was able to get the double res. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to close it out. Other teams that were looking great to start, Team Applejack slowing things down a little bit. They've died back-to-back to Charlotte Phoenix if you're just joining us. So we're going to have a pretty interesting 3 games here. We'll see if the teams are going after Team Cheez-It like we know they most likely will.
Yeah, the middle of the pack is extremely crowded. From second place all the way down to 7th, only 5 points separating them, 28 down to 23 points. These are the teams that are looking to try and overtake Team Cheez-It. We have plenty of time to do it as well with 3 games left to go. Let's take a look at the ending for game number 3 with the Mobile 1 high performance moment, Rakinishu. As you can see, Team Cheez-It starts it off EMP in the middle of the zone, and this is where things got very dangerous. The knock goes down onto Prodigy Aces, and you can see NPL now starting to make their advance on the wounded Team Cheez-It squad.
Yeah, and Joey Blackout was giving me anxiety on whether he was going to hit a battery or not, or hit the res, because then Bambino comes around the corner. You see the 110 burst coming through, and you can see Joey Blackout wants to heal for a second, but he ends up hitting a Q. And then he's going to go back around and follow Rakinishu. And he's like, all right, Rakinishu, you're full. I'm going to try to heal. But instead of healing, he's just kind of running around back and forth. Players are dropping all over the place. He hits a nice 99 right there. And then he full sends it into both of them. But instead, probably should have used the Digi threat, just like how you can see Rakinishu is sitting here doing. He actually doesn't even have it on his gun, I believe, which I didn't know that was possible. Apparently, you could take things off of your gun. So he's going to go and win that one out. But what a job by Rakinishu, glitching over towards the side. But we were talking about positioning, Jamerson, and you could see the difference as Joey Blackout was sending it around. He said, all right, if you're going to take that angle, I'll go over towards the top hand side and take this angle instead. So if they both went over there, that's just an easy wipe there. So instead, he's going to go and take a superior angle and give himself a head glitch and an advantage and make things a lot more difficult for the enemy team. So that's why he was winning out on top of hitting his shots.
Yeah, and we were talking about the power of the PK during the mid game. When Cheez-It were able to secure that second one, we said it there. That's basically the win. And they were able to basically get every single load. Take a look at all these connects. He's getting full bodies left and right. There was a 110. There was a 90-something. Of course, you got the Fortify on that Caustic. And overall, Rakinishu, despite this 8 that he's about to hit here, of course, a lot of that going into the knock shield, it looks like, he was able to secure that one out and get the win. And honestly, the PKs came in absolutely clutch for them, but it was also just the excellent team play coming out from Team Cheez-It. I think one thing to also note, I believe Team Lonely Fans, they did commit that Nox Gas grenade when they were in the scramble for their rotate. And so that was one vital piece of utility that was out of play for Team Lonely Fans throughout this fight. But it still comes down to the mechanics of these two players to finish out this game and secure that additional 6 points by winning out in that 2v3.
It's really all about positioning too, right? The only reason that they had to use their Nox Gas grenade because their positioning was poor was also the really good positioning from a team like Team Cheez-It, who had the advantage basically the whole time, except for when they lost their player right there. And then they have to go through this 2 versus 1, and Rakinishu ends up pulling it off. But even then, it's about his positioning that gave him the advantage right there. So whether if it was a PK or a Mastiff, I really feel like they were going to be able to win that fight either way. And it was really impressive to see them really kind of work together. But the fact that Rakinishu was able to maintain his majority of shields throughout all that until the very end when he needed to fight was absolutely huge. And we kind of had a feeling is once he went down, once he got that crypto down and didn't really take much damage, you had a feeling that he was possibly doing this no matter how full the other player was.
All right, here we are headed into game number 4. Big split coming out from Team Cheez-It here. As you can see, Rakinishu and Joey Blackout are going to be dropping into Lava City proper. Joey Blackout will go ahead and take the multi-story building to the northeast as well. Team Cheez-It currently in the lead by about 26 points, I believe, over, is it Charlotte Phoenix or Team Rockstar? Those are the top 2 and 3 squads right now. And so
it doesn't matter because they're all so close.
Yeah, they are.
It was like they all had
close.
27 points, right? Like 26, 27, 28 points. There's like 10 teams like that. So Team Cheez-It basically has a full win, maybe 2 under their belt right now. But I really feel like they're more set on getting more wins, right? If they can win, back to back to back, they're going to be feeling really, really good. And we've been wondering which teams are going to start to showcase who's really strong. Obviously, Pop-Tarts, Applejacks, etc. but Team Cheez-It is starting to make their way up that list really, really fast, especially with their performance today. So we'll see if they can keep it up, or if teams like Nestle Pure Life, who've been looking a lot stronger than recent, are going to come back, especially Bambino, who Bambino was trying mouse and keyboard out for a little bit, obviously back on the controller, and switching legends has proved very, very useful. So you could tell the amount of time he's put in just in the last couple of weeks to really improve on where he was in season 1, because at the start of season 2, from switching and things like that, I can understand the thought process, but it's just, you know, a thing that you're going to have to do on your own time, not in the actual tournament. So Bambino realizing that, and the dividends are really paying off here. So I'm looking forward to seeing Nestle Pure Life get back into this one. But Impulse is already down, and they do have some answers on the other side. So we'll see if they get third-partied here, because they're already down a player.
Yeah, I believe KTZ full 3 dropped onto Impulse and meleeed him out at the beginning of this fight, and so Pop-Tart were fighting 2v3, and they have the advantage. It's a 1v2, and KTZ will get knocked out. We're down to 17 squads, 50 players remaining, but this is the third party you were talking about. Team Rockstar are here. Double blue along with 1 white armor, though, so not at the fullest fighting capacity possible, but it looks like the port is going to be used here to try and get him out of danger. No, there wasn't a port, and so he's left by himself, and Crummy goes down. Stomps picks that one up, but they do trade this one back. Always Senpai getting the thirst onto Stomps instantly as well. No opportunity to try and get the res, it seems like, as Rockstar can camp these banners. The ring is pulling down to the south, so it's going to be difficult to try and double back for these banners.
Really nice job there from Rockstar, but also noting that Crummy has switched on from Wraith to Octane at halftime. It's only 1 team change for Rockstar so far, so that's looking good. We're looking forward to seeing them keep the same composition here. As long as they just continue to play how they have, they should be just fine. Now CLT possibly trying to get another wipe here. It looks like they are on the rotate with another team. It looks like they are coming out of Sorting Factory, so I'm not quite sure exactly what squad that is. Do you think that could be a team like Team Intel Jamerson? Who's dropping Sorting Factory right now?
I'm not entirely too sure who is dropping Sorting right now. I was surprised when I saw some of the earlier 50-50s going on, Team Pringles being one of them, who would sometimes take Sorting. But here's Charlotte Phoenix now making their rotate, going on over to Zone. We have a better idea of where this ring is going. So Lava City Dome is where a lot of teams are going to try and play, and particularly that north side of the Dome eggshell. Probably going to see a lot of attention focused there. Team Intel, though, have made their way on up. They came on over from maybe Thermal, I believe, and they have a team over here at Harvester currently, but you can see so much open ground. They don't want to try and cover it as we get an idea where the ring is going. So Dome is in, Lava City is in, and more than likely we'll be pulling over towards that side.
And Cheez-It's already in basically priority position right now, as Metro's going to be the first player to go down. Portal was used there from, I believe, 6, as he's taking a ton of damage as well. He's going to queue out. Panders is going to go down to Bird, and that's going to be the Hemlock coming through. Meanwhile, looks like Presley gets a double knock with the Mastiff and the finish, as well as Fury was there with the Eve at 8. Now Cheez-It looking for the third party possibly over here towards the Dome side. We're talking about how good of a position this was, but they're going to back off. Rakinishu taking a ton of damage over towards the side. They are so split right now. Joey Blackout may have to make a portal play.
Yeah, and typically when we see them make this rotate into Dome, it's a little bit more free for them. And I think, you know, sometimes that might, you know, build bad habits. And that might be why they were split so much. Rice Krispies, though, here at Harvester, they do get scanned, but they are able to back away from this one. They do have the jump pad. They might have the Death Totem ready to go in for a full all-out push. There's a squad in the middle. As you can see, the jump pad is being set up. It's NPL that are playing the middle of Harvester right now. They have the cross angles set up as well. Keep an eye on that jump pad. It's a full 3-man push going out, and I think the Death Totem was used. NPL back away off of this one. It's Dracos left to try and clear these members and send them back himself, and he is doing it. As you can see, hitting for the flesh, sending them back, and so NPL survived the onslaught for now. They take a little damage off of that. Draco's healing up with the cells as well. So great job coming out from NPL to just swat down that push.
Yeah, that push looks kind of funny, and I was just thinking the worst thing is about when an Octane Revenant team charges you, besides the ghosts, would be the amount of third parties that come right after that. But instead of playing passive, it looks like now they're playing aggressive here, as NPL is interested in kind of giving them piece of their own medicine here. Is they're gonna chuck a couple grenades, they're gonna split them up with the grenades as well, and then look at those shots coming in from Strictly. Only one more shot would have did it. Unfortunately for him, he's not gonna be able to hit that one as Applejacks finds himself some skirmish as well. Bubble is gonna be used. You see that player is not paying attention outside. That's gonna be Stargeist, and he goes down to Aves. Great job by Aves, taking flight over towards the side. Has Duplex down in an Octane battle over here, and it's just the Mozam. He's not able to connect like usual, though, and has to dip out.
Yeah, with this movement, here's Charlotte Phoenix coming in for the third party, cleaning them up as well, and Applejacks losing out on rollers. Charlotte Phoenix, 3 games in a row now, have been able to punish them. Duplex gets finished off there, so it's all up to Aves to try and survive for as long as possible. This time, at the very least, though, Applejacks make it into the top 15, so they will be able to try to put some points on the board, which they've been struggling to do in the last 2 games.
Yeah, they have. It's just been Charlotte Phoenix back to back to back now. And that was such clean team fighting, but all of a sudden, Aves misses a couple of Mozam shots, and then the third party comes through. And that's how fast things can change for Team Applejacks. They had everything going for them, basically. Yeah, maybe Aves wasn't going to have to be able to, win this 1 versus 1, but you definitely take him in that a lot of times. But now Pringles making the rotation. You can see outside of Fragment, inside the zone here, not that big of a deal, still fairly early, but pings are down over towards the chokes, and there's also some other teams in the area too, so this has caused a lot of action. Yo-Yo Joe is going to try to fake the res, doesn't use his defensive bombardment though, so their team's going to end up charging into the bubble and taking him out. That's going to be a very healthy Razor squad, but they're not healthy when this other team is coming. The third party is coming fast. Bubble was still there. They are trying to get to the rock, but that team is waiting.
Yeah, and there was a third party that Rice Krispies were looking at from on top of Khan, and they will be able to take out Team Razor, picking up all this loot as well. And so Rice Krispies really on the move now. Here's Team Pringles coming in for the third party, getting the knock onto GS Bird. And it's going to be the 3v2. Stunny has almost no HP. Casper is the full HP squad member for them, as Stunny is desperately trying to hit a bat. Casper goes down, over-peaked up against the Spitfire. Now Stunny, with less than 100 HP, has to fight this one out in a 1v3. And it's just going to be a matter of moments here as they push on in. And Pringles will finish off Rice Krispie Treats.
See if there's going to be a 5th party here, because there's only 11 squads left, so I'm not quite sure how many teams can still be over here towards this Fragment side. All of the teams that were thinking about rotating and coming over towards this choke on a late rotation end up meeting here, and it was just an all-out bloodbath. It's so far from the zone. It's so interesting to see that they're even fighting for that. Meanwhile, a lot of other teams, look at this, over towards that southwest side are going to meet up. At least 3 or 4 teams in this area.
Yeah, Team Intel have a squad not too far away from them on the north side of launch. We know there's 2 teams over there right now. 6 backing away as the team is making their push now. He does have to back away as the black hole is going to be used. He does have a Q, and let's pop it a little bit late, and that's going to be also the bubble going down. So Intel need to turn this fight around fairly shortly here, as a lot of utility is being tossed into them. They turn around for that Bloodhound, not able to get the knock onto him, but did a lot of damage. But Metro going out, he gets peeked by the man on the roof. That's going to be NPL. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but 6 is able to secure that kill, getting it down to a 2v1. Metro needs the armor swap though, as the third and final player is pushing up. 6 tries to challenge the Bloodhound here, has to be careful though as he's dropped down himself. Metro will be able to take out Bambino, keep them alive. The ring is going to start closing in, and they get the res onto Panders, but they need to instantly start popping heals.
Yeah, and it's just round 2, so it should be fine. It looks like round 3 with the amount of teams that are down, but what a job baiting and switching there, coming in from 6. You can see the thought process. He wanted to hit a battery and get back into it. Once Metro finishes off that kill, he's going to go full on Phoenix kit and heal up and get right back into this game. Rockstar still over towards this Lava City area. Looks like they found some more kills and some more loot. Crummy going to pick this one up, and they have a team on the roof over here, so you can see the scans coming in for Matt Pickett. This is going to be Lonely Fans from 2nd place now to the top of Lava City over here in game number 4, and I love this position coming in from Blight. I think top of this is going to be control of all of the rotations here, but that's a great defensive bombardment coming in from Senpai.
And Blight had just healed as well. The EMP to try and slow things down. Team Rockstar now with triple purples up against the blues. On the other side of Team Lonely Fans, they gain control over the roof of this building, and they will try to make their way on in. You can see the scans proving valuable as hell, as he does dodge that arc star and throw in one of their own, forcing them a little bit out of position. A lot of the barrels now being used by Lonely Fans. They're starting to run out of utility, and it's just a matter of time before Rockstar can now make their advance on in. They've got the Prowler in the hands of Matt Pick, and you were talking about it in game number 1 or 2, where he probably sorely missed it, but he has it back in his hands. And we got to see during Season 1 how much work he put in with that Prowler. But here it is, Blight getting the knock on to Crummy. Team Lonely Fans bring this down to a 2v2, but Blight is dropped down to 1 HP, will fall. It's all up to Blueberry Smalls now, as he does get the res onto 00 negative at the very least. But still, it's a 2v2. They've got the thirst. Now, both teams are forced into this position where they have to fight out 2v2 and also secure a res afterwards. So this is hardly a winning position for either of them.
Yeah, and right now you can obviously see from the armor advantages that it has to go on over to Rockstar, and you can see the difference in Pickett's confidence when he has this Prowler in hand. Such a strong Prowler player. He's going to go and hit the scans and then start to advance over towards the roof. I wonder what the play is coming in from Senpai, because they have to work together and they have to use their bubble here. But at the same time, they have to, like you said, deliver him to the beacon. So maybe the play would be actually to go for the res throughout all this and try to get Crummy back into the game, because you're going to start running out of time here. Speaking of running out of time, looks like Espresso is going to be going down here. It's just going to be Lady Death trying to get out of here. Nice job using the Q, but it's Team Pringles going over towards the roof, and that's going to be another team coming in for the third party, though. So all these teams, like we were talking about, towards the edge are going to meet up, and Pringles looking like they're healthy right now, but Smalls actually towards the Lava City side gets the knock onto Pickett with an EVA 8 too. So 2 teams fighting right now on each side of the map.
Oh, and they got 2 knocks onto Team Intel. It's all up to 6 now in a 1v3. We're not able to find the timings on that push, and honestly, there was no opportunity for that third party. Like you said, Team Pringles were full on healthy here, as we do have someone else pushing up. The Thermite connecting onto 2. It's going to be a different squad coming in, it seems like, as Phony has about 10 HP left as Matt Pickett gets finished off. It looks like it is Charlotte Phoenix coming in for, I guess, the 4th party at this point, getting the instant thirst onto Presley as well. Phony needs to hit that medkit to have an opportunity in this fight. You can see that was the portal being used by Charlotte Phoenix to get them into the fight as well. Now they're going to force him away from Presley's body, so they will not have an opportunity to try and recover that one now as the zone starts closing. We're down to 8 squads, 19 players left. We know that Rockstar are playing this one out, I believe. Currently, they're ratting it out. So we might have maybe 2 other rats left in this lobby. So this might mean it's free for Charlotte Phoenix to continue to be very aggressive here.
Yeah, but they're rotating directly with the zone right now. So if they get gate kept over towards the side, that's bad news. But you can see perfect execution right there. Perfect defensive bombardment, the timing, the placement, everything about that was amazing. Now that forces these players out into the open. That's going to be Phony getting down by the scout right there. The shots are on point from Mercy. All of the awareness is there, and that other player is just going to send it right into the zone. And they slowly but surely make their way in. There's even a mobile respawn beacon there in that drop if they want to end up using that one. But now Senpai is the lone rat here for Team Rockstar. Everything was looking so good for Team Rockstar up to the point where Crummy goes down, and he had such a good flank too. But that's what happens a lot of times. Lonely Fans collapses, they recognize the situation, they send 2 players towards 1, and they get all 3 players back into the game. So unfortunate for Team Rockstar that fight doesn't pan out in their way, and they had numerous advantages.
Yeah, that is the strength of the crypto here, as always Senpai will ultimately fall. We're down to 6 squads, 16 players remaining now. But you saw he had the priority to be able to get that respawn beacon to the north of Lava City and bring him back on in with the safety of his drone. It's instant. Team Cheez It, though, they are playing that north side eggshell outside of Dome now. They've got the car controlled as well, and I'm surprised that there wasn't more fighting over this position. You do have the black hole being utilized here as well. Here's Charlotte Phoenix now making their way into the Dome, but there is another squad here keeping them at bay. Defensive bombardment going down as well, but they should be able to safely avoid that. And this is the position I'm talking about, playing the north side just outside of Dome here. As you can see, the ring does pull away from all the buildings at Lava City as well, but this area provides a lot of cover.
It's a lot of cover, and it's a lot of open ground for teams to make it towards that area. So they have a great spot, but it's also a lot of area that you have to watch and utilize together. So Mercy Only is going to be the basically point between both of these players here. So they have to kind of stay within distance, within Q distance, or within scan distance of one another, so they can all help each other out. But Team Cheez-It is looking for more blood over towards the side. They have a little bit of the zone to work with here. You can see inside the truck is going to be in, so that's going to be their point where they fall back to. And they have a couple players out in the open here. That's going to be Helljumper going down. And this is that area that's just so hard to navigate unless you actually have a Gibraltar. So any teams that are making the rotation now without that legend are going to really be feeling the wrath.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix and Cheez-It just holding down the south and southwest side of the zone. You see Joey Blackout is the player that's actually stuck inside Dome right now, needs to heal up. I'm surprised he's not hitting a bat currently. As you can see, Rakanishu trying to get into that Beast of the Hunt. They need the additional scans here to get Joey Blackout safe. He does have the Q and the Pour for the movement speed if he needs to use it, but he should be safe to rejoin his squad. Prodigy Aces trying to build, excuse me, oh no, did he lag out? Oh, that is so unfortunate. Joey Blackout, oh.
That's a feels bad man moment. So it was not, well, we'll see. I mean, hey, they won 2 versus 3 before. We're not going to count them out quite yet. See if they could do some crazy stuff, but that is an inopportune time to lag out there for Joey Blackout. So good luck, Team Cheez-It, with just a duo here. You have Charlotte Phoenix to deal with over towards the side, and they are going to be stoked when they hit the scan and only see 2 players.
Yeah, they know exactly which squad that is, but they do pick up a third on that scan. So maybe that one baits them out a little bit. As you can see, they are still playing this a little bit passively. The ring pulling way over towards the car that Team Cheez-It were holding, but CLT will try and play the north side, get a lot of these rotators, get those free kill points for themselves. Charlotte Phoenix, this is a squad that turns on the aggression, that plays very fast, as Team Cheez-It are making a push onto this rat to try and take him out, but they're having trouble. No, it's not a rat. There's actually multiple people here. They trade 1 for 1, but of course, they lost out on Joey Blackout earlier on. Rakanishu is trying to secure this kill point, but he will get taken out as CLT come up from behind now to take advantage, but they are now the ones who have one of the strongest positions in this zone.
It's just so unlucky for Team Cheez-It. I feel like if they had all 3 players, it would have been so much different, and they know that as well. But now CLT gonna take their position here. They don't know exactly what happened. They just know that they are in a great spot right now, a game-winning spot, as the Wraith 1 tricks get back into the game here, hit off some heals, but they have to run right towards Charlotte Phoenix, and this is the opportunity for another team to collapse over towards the side while they're distracted.
Should be a 3v1. There should be a rat somewhere, but Charlotte Phoenix, they have the gatekeeping position on this squad. Here comes the EMP from Generic Ed Boy, and Lonely Fans can double up on top of them. No, the drone was taken out by 00 negative. So Team Lonely Fans making it to the late game once again. Have Charlotte Phoenix pinned down inside that truck, but he cannot do anything about it. Seems like the rat is up there. As you can see, Pride and Bronzy picking up 2 kills, and they take that team fight without losing anyone. So Lonely Fans don't have an opportunity to try and third party. So a 3v1 as the rat is getting ultimate value here.
Yeah, this is EMP time for 00 negative. He should be already in his drone getting ready to give these players the business over towards the side. So instead, he is doing some crazy stuff, and he's throwing himself off the map. Okay, interesting strategy coming in for 00 negative, but he bounces right back. He's in there. It's all right. Just get in your drone, be a good crypto, hit your EMP before you embarrass yourself.
Yeah, that could be the Mobile 1 high performance moment itself. I would say Charlotte Phoenix, though, they're trying to set the cross angles. They're trying to find this rat as well. Bronzy will have another scan in 15 seconds. He'll have to beast the hunt before this zone starts closing in. But right now, it's 6. It's 6 who's actually ratting this one out for Team Intel.
Nice job by 6, trying to pick up some more points along the way. And you can see that he's actually behind them, getting ready for the big time grief. Are you kidding me? This is definitely the high performance moment of the game.
You see, their vision is based on movement, and he is staying absolutely still, ADS'd as well, which is odd enough. But because they're not,
you're more silent.
Yeah,
when
because
you're
they're not running the Wraith, they're not getting that warning, right? Like, they're not getting that Wraith passive warning. You can see they're getting set up right now. 6 trying to creep in behind them as well. Oh my goodness, this is the latest Tomcat rat cam we've ever gotten, but this is most yeah, this
is the most entertaining.
It's needed.
This is the most entertaining one by far. Imagine if Dolo Negative went into his drone, he would had a free kill point, and they would have a full-on 3-on-3 right now with an EMP in their hands with a caustic in the late game. But instead, Six basically toying with them.
And he can buy more time, right? If they do see him, oh my God, Crypto, what are you doing? Okay, he's been spotted. Q. Oh, Blight finally gets him, but here it is now. Now that you know the rat is gone, they're gonna go ahead and try and full push this one on in. EMP is used, but that Nox Gas grenade does not get anything as Charlotte Phoenix completely avoid that. They are out of armor though, and they need to buy some time for these bats, and it looks like Lonely Fans weren't able to take advantage of that. It's gonna be resets after resets coming out from either side, but Charlotte Phoenix now have the tempo, the momentum in this fight. They're still allowing Lonely Fans to heal up, but here it is, the peak coming on now. 00 Negative gone, and Charlotte Phoenix bring it down to a 3v1 and get the win. But oh my goodness, we have to talk about what the hell Six did there.
I think Tomcat got their money's worth with that Tomcat rat cam. That was hilarious. Imagine if Six wins the game right there. That would have been the best Twitter clip ever. But GG, Charlotte Phoenix starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix, they had a very slow start, but now they are ramping it up, taking the W in game number 4. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 of the evening. Game number 5 of the evening after this.
Yeah, my preferred loadout is definitely the Vault.
Change of composition coming in for Rockstar. We'll see if it ends up working out. Nice little spray there with the Volt is going to weaken that player. And Pickett obviously is a dodgeball master as he's duck diving, dipping and dodging all over the place. And
either triple take or the Eva, depending on really what the ring location is and how far we have to rotate. But I like to have the Vault. It's a very dynamic weapon for close range, medium range combat, and the triple take for when we're either holding a position or for putting out big entry damage prior to pushing. So that's definitely my preferred loadout there. With the recent changes to the Mastiff, the Eva is more relevant than ever. The Mastiff now with the reduced damage, it's much harder to hit those big shots.
Less teams on North side overall.
Man, Matt Pickett with a beautiful spray onto Los Carritos, but Crummy does go down. It's
two pumping an enemy now is a lot rarer than it used to be. So the Eva really has rised up in the weapon meta. You know, when having a shotgun is essential for comp, and the Eva in bubble fights, in those close range engagements, it's reliable. It's a lot more forgiving than the Mastiff now more than ever. So the Eva is personally, it's my preferred shotgun over the Mastiff right now, and I'm sure a lot of players would agree with that.
Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar, and you're watching Series E.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, folks, Yeso back here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio. It's Rockstar Week, and 4 games down. Things are heating up here in the back half. Charlotte Phoenix with that big win in game number 4. Is it probably going to be enough for them to surpass Cheez-Its in the standings on the night? But going into the final 2 games of the day, they're certainly going to be feeling a lot better as they've really settled in. Mercy only, Season 1 champion on Team Razor. He, Bronzy, and Pride looking really strong in that last game. We'll see if they can continue it. Team Cheez-Its wasn't able to make it the back-to-back, but we'll still be keeping an eye on them as things continue. Let's check out our post-game stats as I get a refreshing sip of some Rockstar here. And it's Bronzy leading the way. No real surprise there. 6 kills for him, and Mercy only topping out at over 2,200 damage. Charlotte Phoenix, a team that in weeks 3 and 4 took back-to-back victories on open night. We had Bronzy in Twitch chat a week ago. Charlotte Phoenix didn't come around for our open night saying, you know, hey, we needed to give everybody a break, let them have a shot, but it seems like they're back. They're ready to retake their top spot, and we'll see if it continues. We'll check out our Mobile 1 leaderboard for the night and game number 5 with Jamerson and Tsquared when we return.
Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar, and this week is Rockstar Week. I've got a blue raspberry Rockstar here. We're going to give that a try, see how it tastes. Here we go, first time trying this one. Damn, that's good. That's delicious. And that's a genuine reaction too. That's really good. Okay, so I've tried many flavors of Rockstar now. I like the fruity flavors. The punched is quite a good flavor. The normal is pretty good, but of all the Rockstars, blue raspberry has to be my favorite. Delicious. Can't go wrong here. Highly recommended.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, where we had Charlotte Phoenix taking the game number 4 win, and they must have done it with a lot of kill points as well, because they were getting into fight after fight, Tom.
Yeah, and you always notice whenever Bronzy has the most kills, Mercy has the most damage. So I'm not calling Bronzy a thief or anything, but let's give some credit. No, I'm just kidding. Great job by Charlotte Phoenix again. We were talking about them before we started, and we know that they're going to be one of the teams to watch. They started off a little slow. Team Cheez-It, they got super unfortunate last game, so we have to throw that out. We also have to talk about Six the Rat. What a job.
Securing top 3, and we saw Team Intel going down long before he was able to make it to the top 3. So that's very impressive. I was just in his chat. He was talking about what was going on. The crypto drone somehow flew right past him as well. So everything worked out. But securing top 3, that's going to be 7 points at the very least. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see where everything shapes up. Team Cheez-It, again, they had a great position. They were on track basically to have a really great game again, but that disconnect, unfortunately, meant they went down without as much of a fight as they really wanted to put up. That's going to allow Charlotte Phoenix with that last game really to catch up. And so now they're down by 4 points. And so it's these 2 teams that we're looking at, Team Cheez-It, Charlotte Phoenix.
And what's so surprising, honestly, when you look at this leaderboard is, to me, Team Razor in 12th place, because you see the left-hand side and you see team. And it's like, oh, wait, there's one team that's missing on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, because we have 9 partnered teams, and we see Charlotte Phoenix and Lonely Fans in there, and it's Team Razor. And Team Razor is our #1 team from last season. And yes, I know Muffins isn't here today, so it's a little bit different with a sub, but at the same time, Team Razor was so dominant on these open days that it was almost every single week you'd be crazy if you didn't predict them as a winner. And now every week we don't know who's going to win. So I feel like we have a lot more excitement in season 2 than we did in season 1. But it's not because Team Razor is not playing that well. It's just because the rest of this competition has started to rise. So I'm looking forward to, Razor having their full roster, but not just that, hopefully bouncing back in these final 2 games.
Yeah, and then we're going to hope that Team Cheez-It will be able to play it out as a full 3. Taking a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment. It wasn't too high performance, but this was still very clutch. 6 able to make it to the top 3. And every single second, as soon as the crypto turns around, you think he's going to see him, right? But it's not even the crypto. It's Blight on the Caustic that spots him out and finishes him off. But that momentary distraction is huge. Because now Lonely fans don't have the team fight setup that they really wanted to. And it looked like they kind of use their abilities out of reflex more than anything else.
You know what I see? I see Blight getting this kill and he's like, I finally found the rat. Let's go. And then he hits a jump pad and runs right into the wall because he's so excited. So I really feel like that's what happens. And the timing just wasn't there with the EMP because the EMP needs to go off and the bubble needs to go away. And that's when the Nox gas grenade comes in. So if they would have just took a second to just relax for a little bit and realize that the zone was closing in just a little bit more, they would have had a lot more time to kind of get their timing together so they could make sure that happened. But either way, you're going up against Charlotte Phoenix and they have the rat towards your back. They are basically probably just laughing as they're hitting scans over and over again because they don't have a bloodhound on the side of Lonely fans. So that was a really interesting situation. But hey, you got to give credit to 6. That's not easy to do. And especially in the current meta that we have right now, I don't think we've seen that in a very long time.
Yeah, and you saw the timing right there. They tried to force the issue instead of, like you said, regaining composure and really executing on this team fight. You have the EMP, you have the Nox gas grenade, and you're backing them up into a corner. You saw the bubbles already down. The timing really did get disrupted by that, and that's the power of the rat in the end. When it comes down to the final 2 squads and then the rat remaining, he throws a wrench into the works, and you see it exactly playing it out here. There was a moment, though, that, they got some decent damage off onto Charlotte Phoenix, but they never really capitalized off of it. So there's still that to consider. But now, Charlotte Phoenix, they're heating up. They've had back-to-back-to-back great performances. They've been taking out Applejacks and other squads that could be challenging them as well. So not only are they having great games, but they're putting a stop to other teams that were having a great run so far.
Yeah, I was trying to take note of what skin 6 was wearing right there so I can blend into the map too. And it looks like he was going with the pink one, y'all. So everyone get the pink Wraith skin.
Yeah, I mean, that pink against like the orange and the red in the back, it really does blend in. But here we go, headed into game number 5. Charlotte Phoenix looking to catch up. Only a few points behind right now of Team Cheez-It, but with that win, they're continuing to build momentum. Can they get back-to-back wins like Cheez-It did in the first half? As they are going to be dropping. And now we get a better idea of where they drop, and it looks like it is going to be Sorting Factory for Charlotte Phoenix.
We were wondering which team heads over there. So they're going to be central with a ton of loot. I really feel like Sorting is such a powerful spot to go and land. It's also one of my favorite spots to go and fight from. So glad to see that they are taking this one and taking full advantage by fully splitting up here too. So Bronzy typically will end up taking this building where the beacon is, obviously because he's the Bloodhound. So he's going to go and hit those scans. You can see kind of the looting path coming through. A little unorthodox, typically be a little bit more split up here. But either way, plenty of time, and we will see this zone is pulling a little further away. So Pride's not worried about his Q. He knows they're not contested. He's just using this for a little bit of a speed boost to get to the route a little bit faster because he knows that they don't want to share this loot.
Yeah, so the rest of Banana will get completely looted up right now. Re-45, not the greatest, but he should be able to upgrade that shortly. And of course, shotgun attachments will be put on to that Mastiff. Onto that Mozambique to go to the Mastiff. But so far, they're not looking great. Bronzy is still sitting on no armor. We got a white armor as well. The purple backpack? I thought he picked it up.
Yeah, I thought he missed it because we just saw his bag expand, but it looked like it disappeared off the ground. I don't know. That happens to me all the time where I go and the worst is when you have already rotated and you go and look and you forgot something back on the ground. So I hate when that happens. And I'm like, it's like when you leave like your wallet back at your place and you went to go leave somewhere. So that's the absolute worst. It's bag season now with the first fight of the game over here, I believe. I'm not quite sure if one of the squads didn't make it in or if someone got wiped. But either way, bag season, I believe off of a skyhook rotation coming through here and already looking to skirmish. And I'm not quite sure who's rotating before 2 minutes, but these two teams are very fast.
Yeah, Mollis is pushing up. We do have the HUD bug, so we don't see the icon of his team behind him, but there it is. Yo-Yo is right there. The squad has made it back to the safety of that beacon building as Mollis took a lot of damage. I don't know if he picked up that many heals along the way. Luckily for him, of course, he does have that passive. It looks like NPL versus SYD right now as Vanek and Klain pick up 2, and they're just going for the melee finish. Oh, Bambino! You gotta be careful. Oh boy, we'll see. He does at least get the knock on Vanek, but with that triple take, only hitting for the blues, and now he goes down. It seems like GAN are in that fight up against Back Season. They got the first knock onto Oso Rated R, traded back as Awkward Turtle does go down, but Team Pringles are here for the third party, taking out Yo-Yo. Oh my goodness, where did they just walk out of their drop spawn with the purples in hand? So yeah, this is going to be a great third party for them.
Yeah, imagine just already rotating, already having triple purple armor here, Spitfire 30-30, scopes and everything. The only thing missing is basically a mag. And then Fury's going to come through with the Arc Stars. Doesn't have another one in his back pocket, but he has to be careful. That one is going to hit for some damage. We don't know exactly how much or what kind of armors these guys did have inside from the Pringles side, but we do see Phony and I believe Presley both on the roof. No, it looks like Fury did decide that he wants to drop 2, so they're going to play the door here, and that's what they need to do. Bubble entrance exactly here. There's no reason to split up. Just take this fight head to head. You will have the armor advantage most likely in this, and they do. So I really like this. Everyone just coming through, playing around the bubble, strafing back and forth, exactly how you need to do it. So heads up play there. I believe that was Fury with the call out saying, hey, they're all inside here. Just come back around over towards the door, but we don't have enough time to break that down because we have more fighting over here. This is just back towards the refinery side.
Yeah, KTZ already losing out on 1, and you have to imagine this is Charlotte Phoenix on the other side. No, it's KTZ, actually. Does Charlotte Phoenix come in? Never mind. I'm so confused. This is over
refineries. Yeah, but it looks the same.
I thought this was Sorting Factory the whole time. God damn it. Okay, Team Pringles though now. It looks like they are getting pushed, and they are moving out as a 3, trying to make their way back into this building. They are on the roof though, so they drop back down to cover as the Arc Star goes down. To avoid that one, they are safe. They are fully scanned though, and they do answer back with a scan of their own, keeping that squad at bay. But throughout all of that, Pringles lost out on one of the armors. So Phony is now on the blue. It looks like he went for an armor swap in the heat of battle. So they're not fighting at the fullest of health, but again, they are looking so strong today. They have been taking some great team fights all day long.
It's all about the bubble massive plays here. That's really all it comes down to, and it's up to Presley to lay down some big damage here. So he's going to toss this, force these guys off of the roof and inside, also forces out any third parties that are within the area. And then we'll see if the play is to run away here, possibly with a Fury bounce pad, or if they want to take this fight directly at the door like they did before. But we could see player outlines over towards the side. There are a lot of different teams in the vicinity. So Phony was popping a couple of ult excels, and now they're going to make their way in over towards the roof here. So I do like this play coming in from Team Pringles. Everybody working together here, nobody split up, and it looks like they did force this team out over towards the side, and now they're not interested in charging.
Yeah, and so that squad will make their way into Frag West. We saw through the outlines as well, another team still in Skyhook. And so Pringles do have to worry about that. We'll see if Phony gets the pings down. No, Presley already took massive damage there. Will be able to make it behind cover. But will Phony be able to recover that armor again? He's still sitting on that blue, so they might have just yoinked it from him, unfortunately. And that was just, I guess, them losing out on the purple armor for free.
Now I switch on over to Applejacks to see what they're doing. It looks like the team is no longer inside the vault. So once Trinal hits his scans over here, they're going to realize exactly what happened. And that team did rotate over towards the right-hand side. Let's see how interested they are in actually taking the fight. Second scan comes out, and this is CLT. So now Beast of the Hunt is being popped by Bronzy. So his scans are going to come up at the same exact time as Trinal's. Grenades being used back and forth. But this is a very popular spot to get third-partied. So CLT needs to back off. They need to hit some outside scans to make sure no one else is in train trying to third party as well before they go and take this one. So it looks like the idea is to take a more superior position instead of just trying to go face to face with them inside the tunnel. They want to try to get some sort of high ground and some sort of area where they know their back's going to be covered. So pretty smart play from CLT there. And they also got an idea just by kind of dancing around with that other team of how skilled they possibly were with the timings of the scans, the beast of the hunts, the grenade placement, etc. They realize that's enough fight they want to take. They'd rather play it safe, rotate, and get this draw.
Yeah, so they've been able to secure a lot of PKs. In that last game, I didn't get to mention it, but they had a PK basically off drop. In that first ring, they secured one of the drops and got a PK. I thought that you were supposed to get snipers earlier on, like Kraber earlier on, and then the PK is more likely to show up in the late game. But here's Team Pop-Tarts trying to make this push over by staging right now. Bubbles have been used. Defensive bombardment misses that first massive, but hits for the 7-2. Might have canceled that battery here. Trinal goes down. That's going to be Team Intel caught out on the edges of this fight, but Trinal will get thirsted, and now Aves and Duplex are just going to back away from this one. They are completely disconnected. They're fighting in the ring. The high ground is there for Team Intel.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Trinal missed just a couple massive shots, and then there was just so much going on inside of the train cart there that he wasn't able to finish those players off, and now Applejack's going to completely reset as Aves. Oh, okay, he does have some syringes on the ground, and we see why fighting was happening over towards Refinery. We also have Pop-Tarts and Team Razor basically on top of each other as Pringles is going to make a late rotation. Taking a look at Lonely Fans, they're playing on the south side of that zone right there. Team Cheez-It, they've made their way over to that very popular high ground. So we'll have to keep track of all these teams over towards Epicenter because that's where the zone's control.
Aves did get finished off as well. Rice Krispie Treats, though, fighting now as Applejacks are out once again. No points on the board for them, it seems. Rice Krispie Treats, though, here over at Con, at Frag West, they have a team above them. Another squad showing up as well. It's going to be a full 3, and now they want to get involved in this fight. Was that another Revenant squad? Maybe. I don't know why you would make a push like that unless you had the Death Totem, but now as Rice Krispie Treats try to make a push for the top, Stunny does fall down, disconnected from his squad, took a lot of damage there trying to recover from that fall, and so Rice Krispie Treats miss out on their opportunity to try and take this fight. Now they're just going to coexist in this building for some time.
Finds a random ult excel though, so that's going to be pretty useful there. We'll see how long that Death Totem takes. Probably another like 40 seconds. Yeah, 60% there. So that one's going to slowly but surely get back up. And that should be enough time for them to kind of just slowly wait to see exactly what's going to happen over here. Because if they wanted to send the Death Totem inside of the building would be the perfect opportunity to do so. But there are so many teams waiting in the wings. One of those teams is CLT. And look at this for CLT. This is the perfect situation as those teams are actually skedaddling out of there. They're going to find Bird on the way out. So Rice Krispie Treats looking like they should have probably stayed inside the building right there, and CLT punishing them.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they tried to make this move out of this building when, honestly, you could just hold on. Like you said, the ultimate excel was there. They could have had another opportunity for that Death Totem push as Stunny gets taken out by the squad that was up on top of Khan. So there's just one left for RKT, and CLT want to try and hunt this one down. It looks like Team Razor in the fight up against Team Pop-Tarts as well, as they're Tricky starting at that fight off, getting the knock for his squad, and this one's taking place over at Survey Camp right now, about to secure that kill onto Impulse as well. They'll be able to hunt down the rest of the squad maybe shortly here, but no, they've already gotten out of dodge, and so Team Razor will only pick up that one kill, pick up the loot as well, and have a great position here on the north side of the zone.
Zeratricky takes a lot of damage though, so he's gonna have to bubble and heal up, and we'll see what the play is for Stargeist once that bubble goes away. No defensive bombardment is going to land. Nobody even advances off that initial damage. Instead, he's going to get the angles, get the scan as well. And then they're going to go and make their play, and the portal does get taken. So really heads up play. Nice burst, though. Oh, man. 140 coming in from Klein with the R9 purple mag. Wow, nice shots there, but not able to get the knock. And the opportunity may be gone now since that high ground has been taken by Team Razor.
Yeah, I don't know how that wasn't a knock. You saw two players firing on the portal there. Here's Team Pringles, though, playing the train tracks right now as they do have a team coming on in. Phony gets that first knock. We'll be able to get a second one with Fury. And it looks like they will be able to figure this one up, but the third party is here. Or did they just end up throwing down that Horizon ult just before they died? Throughout all of that, though, it looks like Charlotte Phoenix were able to pick up some more kills as well, hunting down the rest of Rice Krispie Treats. Here is the third party, though, coming up from behind. Phony doing some great damage with that R301. Will back away to some more cover, buying time for his squad. And that third party will continue, it looks like, despite that. And so, Team Pringles trying to survive all the nades being tossed in on them, and it looks like they will be able to dodge most of that damage. Presley is slow healing this up throughout all of this as Fury and Phony are peeking to buy him that time. I'm surprised that this team is still full committing onto this. Bubble has been used, and Pringles are going to call it there. They're going to get out, but they have to be careful as well. Survey Camp, SYD are camping the exit, and they're getting some decent damage off, but they have to back away as that third party shoots at them. Clayton almost goes down. But we should have a return to the neutral here as SYD try to reset along with Team Pringles resetting as well.
I'm not sure how Team Pringles was able to make it out of that situation. Vanek trying to dodge as many triple take shots as humanly possible over here, running circles around these players. I would love to see him even pop his Beast of the Hunt if he wanted to run even faster throughout all this to make the rotation just a little bit easier, but he's able to find a little bit of safe haven, running past this truck. His teammates are getting shot, taking a little bit of the sights off of Vanek, and then he's going to take the battery too. So now they're going to be able to gatekeep all these teams behind them, but at the same time, they are going to be gatekept as well. These teams that are playing the epicenter, playing this high hill outside of Survey, are going to be looking down, having a blast.
Yeah, it's a pit stop for that squad. Team Pringles now making their way on into the ring. Intel are one of the few squads that are still outside right now, as Pop-Tarts will finish off Mollis. Now 12 squads, 35 players remaining. One squad playing this one out as a duo. Currently, Charlotte Phoenix is running the entire map, really. They have not stopped whatsoever. They do throw down that scan. They've got to be careful. There's a team playing on the rocks here, but Pride finding a cheeky angle for himself, throws down that arc star to force that player out, and they get the knock. That's going to be Prodigy Aces going down. Charlotte Phoenix taking out their #1 competition currently, as it's down to the 3v2. They get hit for flesh. Bronzy pushes up, forcing the Q out of that Wraith. They will secure the thirst onto Prodigy Aces as well, and now Bronzy chasing after him might be able to finish him off. No, Nelsinho coming in, I guess, as the as a sub for Team Cheez-It.
I'm not quite sure who that was, but he was moving pretty quickly there. Nice job by him, but you saw Bronzy was not letting Nelsinho get away. A slide down the hill. There goes the finish coming in for Pride as well. The interest even going for that loot. Looks like it's a little out in the open, but depends on what you actually need here. As Impulse is going to go down. The finish is going to come in from Zero Tricky. Pop-Tarts is down to just 2 players now, as Lucas does place a nice portal over towards the side, and you can see how much zone is in front of them. Oh my, 3 players over towards the side. That's Stargeist and his squad rotating out a survey, and now it's Tomcat Rat Camp time. There's 12 squads left in this zone. This is a little bit slower pace than we've typically seen today.
A lot of damaged teams, though, as KCY are looking to come in for that third party. Team Pringles in the area as well. They've got one underneath them. Not able to hit any shots yet. Finally hitting for the 42, taking out 00 negative, as it looks like SYD are getting cleaned up too. Charlotte Phoenix, though, will finish off Team Cheez-It. They go down in 12th place. Without too many kill points. I don't think any kill points, honestly. And so this is the moment. Charlotte Phoenix, we were talking about them building up the momentum. It was a slow burn for them, but now it is all engines are firing, and they are really picking things up. Team Intel, though, find themselves in a fight, taking out 2 Cryptics and Gympix going down. That was the fight that we saw just about a minute ago, but Team Razor full on controlling the north side of the zone. Currently defensive bombardment ahead of them here as they spot one going over towards the yellow tankers at Refinery for now. But they are the ones controlling the hill. This is the position you really want to hold down, as they have a player going through that port. Almost got the knock. There it is. Mercy only going down. Charlotte Phoenix might have bitten off more than they can chew. They had an opportunity to really advance and up the leaderboard, but now that might have been thrown away.
Razor seems to be one of these teams that is extremely confident with these types of zones, and it's the amount of times they've played these zones before. But while we're talking about that, they're getting pressured from multiple angles here. Now it's Hakulo having to rat it out as Kinetics collapse on top of him. Stumpy gets the knock on to Tuli. Senpai there to help as well. 2 different teams out of nowhere And this area right here kind of reminds me of that thermal station area where there's the fence and the high ground, but there's not much area to actually have cover. So you are trying to fight for the basically game-winning spot right now the entire time, because whoever comes out on top of this is going to have a huge advantage, and that's why CLT is interested in still staying over here. It's Pride with the Peacekeeper, the double pump right there. Stumpy and Spades going down, and we'll see if they can do this with just a duo, or maybe they can even get Mercy Only back into the game with a mobile respawn bacon.
And we just had Team Razor getting taken out. Always Senpai picking the last kill up there. Bronzy, a lot of damage as he was trying to crouch on up into the ring, and he is going to be safe behind this cover. They have the BK. They have a lot of kills as well. Bronzy has 6 kills, 1 assist. When we swap over to Pride, we'll find exactly how many they have. It's going to be Team Rockstar playing on top of the sniper post, on top of the drill. And it is safe up here, looks like, if they could just tuck themselves into that corner. So really great position now. But eventually when the ring does close for that final circle, this is going to be the first team forced out of their spot.
Yeah, and because of that, they're even considering how they're going to go and play this one. And this is going to be that popular ending that ends directly on that ledge, kind of right below where 6 is. And you can see the positioning from everybody with the player outlines too. You have a fully healthy Pringles squad holding this west-hand side. You have 6 kind of ratting it out over there, with Metro actually laying down some cover fire, and Pander's over there too. So it's a full 3-man squad. They're going to get the knock on to Picket. It's going to be the flat line from long range, but the bubble res is going to be there. And now you can see where Team Pringles is going to play. Kind of playing this jungle gym underneath. The teams at the bottom center, too, are going to have to coexist with the team up top. So all these 3 teams, especially Team Pringles, are going to have to deal with each other. Intel, obviously, with the hill, we're talking about how important that is. They have a huge advantage being up there.
Yeah, 6 squads, 14 players here. Team Pringles here on the western edge still have to find a way on in. Looks like Fury might be safe there, so that could be the position that they play off of, and they're just camping these loot boxes just in case. And yeah, he has the swap off. He's got the EVA 8 for the close range when it comes down to it. We have, I believe, 2 rats left in the game. CLT are not out yet. I believe Pride is still up. It's just a matter of who the other rat is as well. In that last game, we got to see how important the rat can be in deciding how these games go. This is a drop down coming out from the squad that was up top, and it's just a full scramble here. Pride picks up 1 kill throughout all of this, even as the rat might be able to secure himself top 5, and he does. Pride is still alive throughout all of this. Spy squads, 11 players remaining. So a lot of damaged teams, and Pride is still alive throughout all of this. 4 squads, 8 players remaining now as Pringles turns around and finish him off. He does go down in top 4, but he picks up an additional kill. Got the knock onto Fury, but no team is able to punish this because of the bubble coming out from Presley.
And you can see Phony's still interested in fighting here. He has plenty of kills and assists to Team Pringles, putting together a phenomenal game. Will they be able to finish off as Fury goes and hits that battery? You can see they're not even interested in hitting some of these loot boxes on the way because they are fully stacked up. That's going to be Lucas going down as the last rat in the lobby, and now the aggression starting to come through. I'm not sure if Presley threw down his defensive bombardment or if that's the enemy one, but either way, they're not getting hit by it, so they're looking solid so far. But Phony takes a decent amount of damage. He has a nice head glitch to work with here. That's going to be a nice, decent amount of damage going right back on towards them, though. That's going to be Team Intel, and now Fury desperately looking for heals. Doesn't have any more batteries either. This is not looking good, but a very well-placed bubble. Everyone full setting it around the corner. You can see Metro hitting a battery as well. Team Intel with a huge advantage in terms of their shields right now, but that was such a well-placed bubble there coming in for Presley that allowed them to fully reset. Phony's been on the run the entire time, having a pop of Phoenix. The aggression from Team Intel is just looking too strong. I think they have Pringles.
Yeah, the defensive bombardment gets that knock, gets a second one, and it's all up to Fury. But Team Intel, from rat to winners, game number 4 and 5, they will be able to take this. Not too many kills for Team Intel, though, as we did get to see. Of course, Pringles had at least 13 with the second place finish. But that's very important for both Team Pringles and Team Intel, who were sitting about the middle of the board there to allow them to catch up. Charlotte Phoenix put on some points as well. They should have taken at least the first place position away, but we're going to find out after the break. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have the final game of the evening here for Series Z after this.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah, Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Rockstar.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Fruit, refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash.
It's fruit freshin'. Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso, aka Mick Jam, here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio. And 5 games in the books. It's been exciting, and now it appears we may have more of a 3-horse race. Team Cheez-Its not with the greatest of performances there in Game 5. Meanwhile, Charlotte Phoenix looking like they may have picked up enough points to jump above them in the standings for this week's competition. And Team Pringles showing up well. 15 kills from that squad there in Game 5. Extremely impressive. We'll see if anybody if anybody can grab that top spot here with one more game to go. Let's check out our post-game stats here for game number 5. 6 looking really strong. Team Intel able to take the win there. Really impressive from them. We saw 6 earlier today with maybe the most iconic rat cam we've had so far in Series E, and now they're able to turn it into a victory. But Team Pringles, as I mentioned, showing up really strong. Phony with 7 kills for that squad, over 1,800 damage. Team Pringles looking really impressive. We'll check out our Mobile One leaderboard and see how things shake out prior to game number 6 right after this break.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Team Intel took game number 5, but will it be enough to propel them up the leaderboard as we head into the final game of the evening? Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, see where they stand. They are now currently in 4th place after that dub. They're still 19 points behind Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, so I would probably say Team Intel is around the cutoff of where we have teams that can contest Charlotte Phoenix, because we all know an average win is, a good win would probably be right around like 20. A great win's like 25 points. A nutty win is somewhere around 30 points. So it'd have to be something like that for Team Rockstar to go catch up and get 70, but also it'd have to be a complete bomb from Charlotte Phoenix dropping a goose egg if that's going to be the case. So eyes on Pringles, Cheez-It, and Team Intel, but either way, a pretty well played day overall from all of our partner teams here. Again, a lot of them on that left-hand side. We were talking about Team Razor, if they could be that one team to get over from the right-hand side. Now it's Rice Krispie Treats trying to fight their way back in. So we'll see. They're all trying to bump out Lonely Fans over there, who's been playing pretty well over the last couple games. They found themselves towards the tail end of these zones. Blight on the Caustic. Everybody else playing pretty well and getting themselves in great positions. They just haven't been able to come up with the dubs quite yet. But Charlotte Phoenix is heating up. Team Intel has been doing well. And sometimes it takes, a great rat play just like that from 6 to get everybody kind of pumped up there, and also to, get more even confidence and faith in your IGL. So they make it feel like, all right, let's rally around them and try to get that dub. And that's exactly what they're able to do there as we take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment of the previous game.
Yeah, and it was just being able to control the rocks over there. You saw a lot of teams on the south side of this ring. We had 2 teams playing the towers, one up top, one bottom. Team Pringles were playing the mobile respawn beacon jungle gym area there. And that kind of big funnel of teams allowed Team Intel really to control the eastern side. They had the high ground angle on most squads, and then were able to just execute on the finish. But Team Pringles, throughout all of this, were able to pick up a lot of kills along the way. Take a look at that. 7 kills and 7 assists for Phony at this point. So 14 kill points at the very least for this squad.
Yeah, and you could just tell by the positioning that everybody was on Team Intel and just the constant running around and trying to heal that there was no way Team Pringles was going to be able to survive that. And everybody was just hunting them down at a certain point. And defensive bombardments were being used, and they were being used aggressively. They were actually also hitting too. So there's no chance when you're stunned and losing HP in a 2 versus 3 that you're going to be able to come out on top right there. So Intel doing exactly what they needed to. We were talking about the teams that come up from that high ground are going to have a huge advantage. With Charlotte Phoenix losing out on players along the way, it was going to be so difficult for them to continue to hold that. Team Intel takes that position. Not only that, they take the position and they win the game off of it, which when you go and you have these positions, it's not just an automatic win. You have to execute, and you can tell Pringles was doing everything they could from a disadvantaged position to try and win that, and they were able to do so.
And I think one important note there was that Fury was the player who ultimately ended up getting that PK off of Pride's body going into that fight, but he was the first player that took immense damage, was dropped down to about 30 HP, was instantly out of that fight. The PK was out of the fight, so it wasn't the difference maker that we got to see in the past. But here we go, headed in to the final game of the evening. We are on board with Team Rockstar for Rockstar Week. Matt Pickett, Oi Senpai, and Crummy once again dropping over here at Frag East, and they will be gifted once more with that beacon.
And that's going to be so crucial for these guys to, again, make sure that they're taking their fights together and making sure they're not going individually. Right now, we've seen a couple of flanks here and there. A lot of times it pays off, but the longer that you take, the more likely you are going to get scanned when you go and you take a flank right here. And that's what was happening to Crummy a little early on the Octane. Got picked apart in a fight that they really had the advantage. There's been times where he's been aggressive and hitting a lot of great shots too, and his team wasn't able to follow up. There's also been times where there was third parties coming through. So not the luckiest day so far for Team Rockstar, but they're still capable of putting together a big game here. They just have to get some better armors. You don't want to leave Fragment with just white armor.
Today has been a big change up for Rockstar as well, by the way. So not only Oi Senpai coming in, filling in or taking up Tech's spot now, they're also changing up their drop, going over here Frag East. So a lot of adjustments for this squad to be made, and still a pretty damn good day for them. On board with Applejacks, speaking of which, they did have Trinal coming in for Rollers for the last 2 games here, as they are over by Tree. We do have the ring pulling down to the south here. This could be Sorting Factory end. Oh boy, this one's a bit difficult to call, but you can see the pings going down. Dead center of that green zone. A lot of people thinking it's going to end on the tracks there. And it's been a while since I've seen that one, but a team that's happy to see it is going to be Team Cheez-It. They don't have to rotate far.
Yeah, anything over towards Lava City is going to be a great guess right now. And that zone, man, that is hard to read right now. But I would probably be setting up at Lava City if I had to guess. But look at that gold extended mag right there coming in for the light scout. And that's going to be great. But Nestle Pure Life, a little bit of a scuffle. It looks like Draco's taking a lot of initial damage over here. We'll see what Bambino's going to be able to do. He's been playing great so far on this Octane. You can see he's going in for the finish right there on a Stargeist, and it looks like that's going to be 2 knocks coming through. Where's Bambino? There he is, coming in with the support onto Strictly. Nice job with the armor swap as well. They're going to be able to get Dracos back in this one. Nestle Pure Life looking like a new team today.
We do have Charlotte Phoenix in a fight as well with Team Lonely Fans right now. And Blueberry Smalls is the first one to fall. Charlotte Phoenix are on the hunt for the rest of this squad. That should just be the Thirst coming in to secure that kill at the very least. There is the Caustic Barrel being used to try and slow them down. No one's even finished that one off yet, as Pride pushing up with the white armor. Has to be careful. Looks like the res did go down, and so they're trying to retreat into the safety of Harvester. Pride is just narrowly missing them the opportunity to try and get a Renock, but he's gonna have to back off. They weren't able to get it. He's still sitting on white armors, and they know they are currently in the lead right now. They don't want to try and push the advantage too much. They need to secure the win.
Yep, that's exactly how I need to play it too. Now Stomps is gonna slide back on over towards the geyser area, and I want to see what this game's gonna be like, because we have, again, 4 teams that are kind of contesting for first place, and the rest of these teams could just full out send it because they want a huge game. So what will teams like Rice Krispies do that have been playing Octane and Revenant the entire time? Meanwhile, more fighting happening. Looks like Connects finds themselves in a little bit of scuffle. Stumpy with back-to-back knocks. They're going to be able to get the finishes. It looks like there's another fight happening over towards the survey side. Not quite sure if this is a third party or not. Phony takes a lot of initial damage. Has the battery throughout all of that. Bubble is going to get popped. Presley has an armor swap in front of him. This player, absolute psycho, sends it to him, and Presley punishing him immediately for that. Look at those EVA 8 shots. 4 directly to the face. Doesn't have time to heal. That player is going to charge him again. And if you realize anything, don't charge Presley when he has an EVA 8.
Yeah, he's got the blue bolt on it as well. I mean, how fast it was firing, it looked like it was a purple. Here's Team Razor, though. They've got a team over in the train yard. They have to be careful. Oh, no, Zero Tricky forced to use that bubble early. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. NPL losing out on 2 now. So it's a 2v1. As Thule tries to go for the challenge up against this Octane, pulls out that EVA 8, hits for Flash, should be able to take him out shortly, hits for the 7, but now, as it looks like Hakulo just going for the melees with the help of Thule here, and they lose out on that, but there we go. They are going to be able to recover that, but that was a much closer fight than it had to be. Applejacks, though, over at Sorting Factory, as looks like they are in a small engagement as well. The scan's going down. We do have the Octane pad being used to get onto the high ground safely. Trinal is still sitting on that white armor, and so their fight is a little bit dangerous. There's another squad on the roof, and looks like they will go ahead and challenge them. Great damage with that R301, but Aves gets cracked as well, so they back up and go for the reset.
Intense fight here for Team Applejacks. They have to win out on this one. They haven't had the best tail end here after halftime here, and now CLT gonna reset and heal up too. Pride with just the white armor is the only difficult situation right now that they're being faced with. So I would love to see him try to get this one charged right back up here with a couple more shots, but Mercy Only right now has to be the front man. Wingman flatline, Gibraltar Shield purple armor here. It's up to him and Bronzy in kind of a reverse situation where you would have Pride going in. He's gonna have to kind of be the support player here as Team Cheez-It now starting to make their way. Full 3-on-3 in this building. They're split though. 1 player on the roof, 2 on the ground. They should have the advantage here.
Rakinishu starts it off, got the knock onto Bird, and that flank coming out. from Prodigy Aces. They'll get the knock on to Stunny here. Team Pringles, though, in their fight over by Survey Camp, just a little bit west of it. Oso rated goes down. Pringles in 2v1, but they're starting to bleed out to the zone. Now back to Cheez It, as it looks like they do finish off their fight. We're down to 13 squads remaining. Team Cheez It need to frag out. They need to catch up to Team Charlotte Phoenix here. Charlotte Phoenix also, by the way, holding that roof up against Applejacks, and Applejacks want to get some revenge against them. When we came to the second half, it was Charlotte Phoenix continuing to put them down, put a stop to the momentum that Applejacks were building up early on.
Exactly, and now Prodigy Aces coming through. Gonna have to get that armor healed up here soon, and you see Team Rockstar. I love this that they're sitting over towards the Lava City side, because I personally thought that this is where the zone was gonna pull. I haven't seen this zone in quite some time, but if I had to put my money on it, I would take the high ground of these roofs, and that's exactly what they were doing here. But now Applejacks finding themselves in that same skirmish as before here, and look at the armor charges happening. Besides Trino, who had to get the swap on the ground, Pickett does find that knock on the roof over towards Lava City, so they did fight that team for the priority position right here. You can see the Thermite is on the ground, so Senpai's gonna have to do a little crawl on top of the wall to get inside right there. Not hitting as much as he would want on the EVA 8. Does on the tail end though. Where's the rest of his teammates there? Trying to hunt this player down over towards the door. Double kick over towards the door. For some reason, it doesn't even open or take damage, and now he's gonna get finished off. I don't think anyone was in the vicinity for third party. One team is actually directly below them. We'll see if they get sent on. There's the scan. You can see the res. That player didn't see that it was happening. And also, Crummy has some great shots to help Senpai get back into the game. There's a defensive bombardment, but he takes damage from the side. Oh no, that's two players going down. Pickett and Senpai. Crummy's having to run away here. That fight ends up not being worth it. It was so clean, but that's what happens when one player goes down. Really unfortunate for Rockstar.
Yeah, the bubble came down just at right before he went down as well. So unfortunate he could not go with the reset. Crummy is going to try and wrap this one out for as long as he can. And it would have been such an important fight to win as well. Fighting over that beacon building with such an ambiguous circle here. Having that ring information could have been huge for them. Team Pringles, though, now making their rotate into Frag East. They're playing on the edge of the zone. And so they're trying to find more fights along the edges here. It looks like Team Rockstar will get knocked out by Team Pop-Tarts.
It was bound to happen, but it was a great job trying to rat it out as long as possible, as we see what Pringles, who's in the running, is doing on their rotation, already with a handful of kills over here. A little wall bounce for the boys over here. His Fury is showing off a little bit of his map movement, and you can see Presley's not far behind. What you'll notice is everybody has to stay within this type of distance of one another. They're basically within 2 or 3 footsteps of one another. Anytime that you are going and rotating like this, you always have to stay like that so one player doesn't get singled out. But CLT now making their move. Gonna get the knock on the Trino. That's gonna be Pride to open things up. Aves also answers. Double for Aves. Now it's a one-on-one. Mercy only with the shots and the finish as well. CLT for the third time. He's gonna take, fourth time, gonna take down Team Applejacks. Now Pringles sees that in the kill feed, and they realize that they have to step it up. Some shots going across the map. They already have the knock on the Nacho. There's a finish on Awkward Turtle as well. And Pringles continuing the run here in this game.
Yeah, Pringles just playing the north side of the zone, finding a lot of kills. 7 right now, I believe, is what it shows up. I mean, there's 6 here on board for him, but Presley is showing off 7 here. So great job as Team Pringles are looking to catch up. Charlotte Phoenix not out of it quite yet, I don't believe. Nope, they are out. 7 squads remaining, 21 players left. And so Charlotte Phoenix are out. They were in the lead. They picked up some kill points, and they were able to finish in the top 10. So maybe about 5 points that they put on the board. Is it going to be enough to maintain this lead, though? We had a lot of teams right behind them. So now Team Pringles is going to make their rotate on. Pretty wide one over the west side of the zone. But this is round number 2, so they can just run in the ring if they need to take that damage, but they have a lot of mobility to work off of. This is going to be safe for them as they're just trying to make their way into Sorting Factory.
And I love the teams that are playing on the edge when they are able to come through and cleanly third party, but also just showcase what they're able to do team fighting wise. And it shows, again, the difference in the way that Team Pringles has been able to just advance week after week in Series Z. It's been so fun to watch. And you got to give credit to other teams like Applejacks, Cheez It too, even though Cheez It didn't have the tail end of the performance that they were hoping for. Intel started to show that they can step it up too. And now we see that mini map and where this zone is going to pull. and it actually goes a little bit over towards the sorting factory side. So Lava City wasn't the spot. That's why I'm apparently casting. I would have had my team over there, and we would have been dying. So Team Intel doing the right play. They have sorting factory under control. They have the roof over here, and this is a very dominant position.
They have a lot of bodies up here as well, so their utility and their resources should be pretty high. As you can see, all the death boxes are in here. They've got the armor swaps on the ground as well, setting up for any pushes to come out. Razor in the vicinity to the south right now, playing over by the banana building. We'll be keeping an eye on their backs throughout all of this. As the round ring does close, and there we go, we have it. The ring information is going to continue to pull over towards the toilet bowl on the south or on the east side of sorting. But you can see Razor now trying to play over by the tunnel tracks. It looks like there is some fire coming out from there. There are players inside. The bubble's already been forced. That's going to be Team Pop-Tarts backing away off of this one, as Stomps took a lot of damage, and so they have to turn around for this fight now just to cover his retreat. Scan will keep them at bay, and Impulse will even use that Beast of the Hunt for this fight. He's got nades going on in. That's 3 down. No connects quite yet till he hits that thermite, forcing the squad back at the very least, allowing them to buy some more time, get some more ground, and just completely hold down this tunnel. So good job from Pop-Tarts putting a stop to this push.
Yeah, I like this. What they're doing is they're eliminating the line of sights and forcing this team out into the open. Now they fully scared them away, and they realize that they don't want to put themselves in a bad position now either. They need to come around, clear out certain areas, and decide how they want to rotate in. So nice job there from Impulse. Does use a lot of his utility. Probably all of his grenades are gone now. And obviously the Beast of the Hunt has been used, so he's just going to be relying on that passive scan that's going to be coming up. And is going to continue to try to lay down these ambush shots across the map. I was pretty curious to see how he was going to approach that fight, whether he's going to put it on auto or continue to rip the anvil shots. But you'll be surprised. The anvil actually has a pretty decent fire rate and does some good damage if you're able to connect, especially with headshots. But now Pop-Tarts decides how they want to rotate. That's outside the cave over towards the edge here, I believe. Unless they're kind of doing what we've seen typically is teams just clear out their back and then they force their way in. So I think that's the case, is they realize no team is within even 30 seconds closing distance. They're just running around back and forth, and they'll own this tunnel and can choose either way based on what type of team set up where.
Yeah, and Pop-Tarts do have the ring information as well. It's going to continue to pull closer towards them, but they're going to have to move for the bridge to the east of Sorting Factory right now as Team Razor. They've got a team stuck inside of the banana building right now. Zone's about to close, and they don't have to move far, but again, having to deal with another team on the other side of this wall can be difficult. It's going to be Team Pringles that are here as they back away from that defensive bombardment into the safety of the banana building. And it's going to be the roof being taken by that squad. And so they're just going to coexist here for the time being. And a lot of utility was used. The ultimate going down for Phony. You will be able to get that up, though. They should be safe. This is going to be a pretty slow circle, I would imagine.
Especially when it's for the win here in the final game number 6. So everybody going to really methodically pick this one apart, and you could see the rotations coming through. Everybody thuming over towards the side. They wanted to go and play those blue crates. Then they rotated all the way down bottom center, and eventually probably going to make their way into the actual big building of Sorting Factory, as now everybody that didn't have a scan is going to find out where round 4 is going to move to, and they realize Toilet Bowl is still in. So any teams that have played for that position are going to be loving it. And the rest of these teams, Jamerson, is if you know what that Toilet Bowl area looks like and that real estate is, there's a fence over towards the right-hand side that makes its way over towards the outskirts, and there's a little bit of a ledge that you can play, and that's where a lot of these teams are going to end up fighting. And you're going to see a lot of teams kind of posturing up over towards these blue containers as well. So the team that's inside of the toilet bowl is going to be coexisting with another team on the second layer. And that team on the second layer is going to have a great opportunity to get kills.
I believe that's Pop-Tart still inside that tunnel that Fury is keeping an eye on. Everyone wants these drops. The PKs have been coming in so massively in these fights, but they are out in the open. Very dangerous to try and take. The sniper fire coming out from Team Pringles. You got the charge rifle, you got the triple take, you got the gold mag on the triple take as well. And so if he needs to swap over to the fly line, he could do that for additional damage and then go back at it once again with that triple take. And he's considering it. He does have the jump pad, and it looks like they will be able to secure this world drop. And there's a Kraber. So, all right. I thought it was going to be a PK,
an upgrade.
but it's a Kraber.
Well, you could use it like a PK Jamerson if you're stunning, and see, oh, nice little 81 shot, I guess. Interesting bleed through, new thing going on with Gibraltar, obviously. Before, he would have just ate the damage into his shield, but instead you get, I believe, 50 to 65 for the shield, and then 81 is the rest of the damage that ended up bleeding right through there. And there it is again, little 81 shoulder shot coming on, as the Gibraltar's now going to have to heal. And it's like, how many shots do I have to put into this Gibby before he actually goes down, is what Fury's actually thinking. But he was able to force out the bubble, which means that if Presley wants to counter here with a defensive bombardment, they're able to do so. But at this point, what they're doing is backing this team down and continuing to use these little rocks to get a little bit more cover. And oh man, the sliding animation there throws the shot off just a little bit, as they do take over this zone though.
Yeah, so they are safe inside the ring. They are forcing this squad back. And you can see they have a lot of cover now. Big rocks in front of them, cutting them off from a lot of the teams in Sorting Factory. The defensive bombardment did go down, and now they're trying to take this high ground here, but having difficulties climbing the rocks. So they've lost a lot of the momentum in this fight. Presley took a lot of damage, dropped down to 1 HP. Fury will go for the peak with the Kraber, but he has to pull out that flat line now. Phony does go down, and Fury is the only one healthy on this squad. Presley only has about 51 HP, and he will fall. And it's going to be Pop-Tarts taking out Team Pringles. They still need to recover though, but it doesn't look like any squad is pushing up on them. And so Pop-Tarts will get the full reset. They have a great spot in this zone.
Unlucky there from Pringles. I was really hoping that Fury was going to utilize the jump pad, and then they could have got on top of the rock or just yeeted over the rock and fell right onto their head, which would have been absolutely hilarious. But either way, Pop-Tarts is going to take the dub there. They're going to be able to probably get that Kraber, which only has a couple shots left because they ripped into Stomp so many different times. But Prowler flatline here, looking pretty good for Impulse, in control of the zone as well. You can see Panners gets a knock over towards the side and finishes coming in from Team Intel onto Lonely Fans. So Team Intel continuing to boost their stock after halftime and putting together some solid games. We were talking about the blue containers being utilized. That's going to be Team Razor over towards there. Now they start to zone out the team that's actually in the toilet bowl. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, that's probably going to be Team Intel up there inside the toilet bowl. They didn't have to move far. They were, of course, on the main office building and moved down over here. 5 squads left, 15 players left. That means it's all full squads as well. If Team Razor take this fight, the chances of a third party are going to be quite low, because all these other teams are considering just, of course, their positioning, and Team Cheez-It are not in the zone quite yet, as the zone will start closing in on them. Rakanishu does have the Beast in the Hunt. Here's the portal coming out from Nelsino to get them behind some more cover here, and it looks like that blue bin is safe for them to play. But how safe is it? Razor might have an angle on them. Looks like the black hole was used, but there is a huge nade coming out from Prodigy Aces, taking out Thule. Now Razor down to a duo. Their bubble's been used as well. Team Intel have pushed out into it throughout all of this. Pop-Tarts are in a fight on the low ground now, as Prodigy Aces is able to take out Team Razor. But will they be able to take out Team Intel coming in? They've got the armor swaps. The push out is here. Prodigy Aces almost getting the knock onto 1, but it's going to be Rakanishu to fall first. Nelsino picks up 6. It's going to be a 2v2 now, but Nelsino falls, and it's Team Cheez-It to win out this fight. They're here on the high ground. They need to recover. That team is still stuck on the low. We'll see if Pop-Tarts can come in for the third party, and they do. Lucas gets the kill onto Nelsino, and now Pop-Tarts looking to finish it off in game number 6. What a great turnaround for Team Pop-Tarts. They are taking 2 fights back to back.
And what a job, though, by also Prodigy Aces, I believe it was, coming through with some great play on the horizon, and then everybody from Team Cheez-It collapsing and having confidence. They're obviously using a sub 2 after, unfortunately lagging out after possibly winning 3 games in a row. They won, I think, game 2, 3. We're on the verge of being the best spot for game number 4, but had an unfortunate lag out, and now they come back, bounce back with a solid second place. But Pop-Tarts towards the tail end, Intel towards the tail end, Charlotte Phoenix after halftime too. All these teams really stepped it up.
Yeah, with Charlotte Phoenix going down with maybe about 5 or 6 points in this game, that does leave the field open. And so we're going to allow the admins to do all the math. And while that happens, we're going to take a short break. And when we get back, we'll announce the winners of tonight's Series E after this.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Fruit flavored splash. It's fruit refreshing. One shot, now the future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance at the soul goes where to go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. Thanks to Rockstar. I always clutch up.
Can scan that one out. 2 peeking from his left. He needs the coverage from his right, and Matt Pickett is there for him, buying enough time for Crummy now to come in for that challenge. 6 goes down as Metro will fall as well. Matt Pickett really playing on the razor's edge there.
I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar. And this week is Rockstar Week.
What's up, y'all? Yeso here to close out the day on week number 6. It's Rockstar Week. We got all the Rockstar swag on me. I'm trying to keep them on. I'll give y'all a spin. Enjoy the look. Shop.esportsarena.com. Luke Shimona Hebrew got some more for me. Thank you very much. All right. Closing out open night here in week number 6. It is Rockstar Week, and it was Team Cheez-Its at the end, getting knocked out by Team Pop-Tarts. We were looking, it was really close. We were trying to see if Team Pringles could get it. We're going to have to check out the Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Tsquared, but right now let's check out our post-game stats for game number 6. It was an exciting finish, and our team coming into this week, sitting in second place, it was Team Pop-Tarts. Lucas leading the way, Stomps as well, looking strong. 5 kills for him. And Team Pringles, even though they couldn't get the dub, over 1,800 damage there for Presley. They had a really strong performance tonight. It was definitely a banger to watch. But as I mentioned, we got to check out that Mobile One leaderboard. So right after this, let's see Jamerson and Tsquared closing out the night.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back to Series E. We are done with our 6 games of the evening, but it has come down to the wires. So let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who our winners are tonight. And it is going to be Team Cheez-It barely eking out that win. That is why it was so important that they put a stop to Team Intel there at the end, getting those kill points, getting the placement points to take the win over Charlotte Phoenix.
Holy cow, that fight ended up being for the win over there towards the side of Sorting Factory. Absolutely ridiculous as Charlotte Phoenix was watching on. And then you know that Team Pringles was hoping that they were involved. Same with Team Pop-Tarts. They were just wishing they had enough points. But overall, it was Team Cheez-It. And honestly, I feel like Team Cheez-It earned it today, especially with that ending over towards Lava City where they lagged out. I thought that was super unfortunate. But again, the rest of these teams didn't know exactly what's happening. They're going to try to take full advantage. That's exactly what Charlotte Phoenix did there. But either way, Team Cheez-It, when it's all said and done, even with the lag out, was the #1 team today. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and I also want to give a huge shout out to Team Pringles because in the last 2 or 3 games, they were fragging out. In the last game alone, they had at least 14 kill points. In this one, they had around 10 as well. So a lot of fragging power coming out from Team Pringles there. But overall, it is going to be Team Cheez-It taking the win tonight. Charlotte Phoenix, unfortunately, not able to close it out, taking second place, but very narrowly, 3 points off. So congratulations to those two squads. Now let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, our final one of the night for game number 6.
Yeah, and watch Prodigy Aces here. Really, it all comes down to him because remember, they are 3 points basically from Charlotte Phoenix. So that's 1 point right there. They get another knock right there. Prodigy Aces accumulate so many kills right there. That's 2. And then this fight against Team Intel is absolutely huge right there. This is where they get 5 kill points. That's way more. That's more than enough. Not only that, the extra placement points too that they were able to get. If they don't win this fight, they don't win. And Prodigy Aces comes through with that final massive shots and finishes them off. Great job by Prodigy Aces. Good job by Nelsino coming in with the fill there. And also a great job by obviously Rakadishu with that great 2v1 that really got all of us pumped up here today.
Yeah, this is a great day for Team Cheez-It. They are just getting better and better every time we see them. Taking the win today was definitely a statement to be made. Now, will they be able to recreate this tomorrow during our pro night? We're going to have, of course, 11 pro teams from EMEA, from North America, joining our squads here throughout all the gameplay. It's going to be 6 games once again. We're going to be starting that up at
Jamerson.
3 p.m. Huh?
It may be Friday. It may be Friday. It's actually Friday, Jamerson.
Okay.
It is Friday. I remember last week. I don't know how because I'm so bad with dates, but it is actually Friday at 3.
Okay, so yeah, we are moving tomorrow's pro night to Friday night. So you guys get to take a break. I guess GLL might be taking place tomorrow. So there's still plenty of Apex Legends actions going on. Make sure you guys are following us and that you are subbed to the channel as well. We had Resident Noob, I believe, playing our Deal or Steal game early on. And if you want a chance at that, you have to be subbed to the channel as well. Lots of great prizes on the line, so make sure you're subbed to Esports Arena here on Twitch for your opportunity at that. Now, once again, congratulations, Cheez-It, for taking first place, Charlotte Phoenix for taking second place. Now, for everyone from Esports Arena, from Tom and myself, and from everyone involved here at Series E, thank you all for tuning in. We will see you guys on Friday for Pro Night of Series E during Rockstar Week. Have a good night, and we will see you then.